The Supreme Court also ordered authorities to allow the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf founder to speak with his children. Khan has been in jail since August 5, 2023, when he was arrested at his Lahore residence after his conviction in a corruption case. Currently, he is incarcerated at the high-security Adiala jail, Rawalpindi. Ajay Jandyal is joining me with more details. What more can you tell us, Ajay?
Certainly, it's a situation, very tough situation for the family members of Imran Khan, because earlier when came to know that Imran Khan is continually tortured and he's not well in the jail, and they blamed Asif Munir in the government of Pakistan that they don't want Imran Khan to live there and survive because they have basically lodged multiple cases against Imran Khan. But now the fresh input says that Imran Khan lost his vision. That is what family of Imran Khan have claimed. Imran Khan's sister was seen crying before the media, and she says that when they came to know that Imran Khan has lost his eyes, and he's not able to basically see anything. And they say they also claims, and they also blamed Asif Munir and says that Asif Munir had taken eyes of Imran Khan, eyesight of Imran Khan. That is what they have blamed the Asif Munir, and these are the fresh allegations by the Imran Khan family. Earlier we have seen that continuous protests were going on over there in Pakistan. They were sitting outside the Ajnala jail for a number of days when they were not allowed to meet Imran Khan. Today, one information came in the morning that Imran Khan is allowed to speak to the family members, and now the fresh input says that his family is making allegations that Imran Khan has lost his eyesight, and that is what happened in the jail, and they are making allegations against Asif Munir and says that he has took the eyesight of Imran Khan.
All right, Ajay, thanks for joining me. Now, according to the Pakistan Supreme Court, months earlier, until October 2025, Imran Khan had normal 6/6 vision in both eyes. He then began experiencing persistent blurred and hazy vision, which he repeatedly reported to the then jail superintendent. However, no action was taken by the jail authorities to address these complaints. He stated that he subsequently suffered a sudden and complete loss of vision in his right eye, following which an ophthalmologist from PIMS Hospital, Dr. Muhammad Arif, was called to examine him. According to the petitioner, he was diagnosed with a blood clot that caused severe damage, and despite the treatment administered, including an injection, he has been left with only 15% vision in his right eye. Rumi Mishra is joining me with more details. Over to you, Rumi.
Yes, Vaishali, I have right in front of me the document released by Pakistan Supreme Court. This document, of course, relays what actually happened to Pakistan former Prime Minister Imran Khan while he was in the Adiala jail. The petitioner, according to this pointer that I'm reading out right here, I'd like it if it went full screen, that the petitioner informed the undersigned that approximately 3 to 4 months earlier, until October 2025, he had normal 6/6 vision in both eyes. Now, it's very important to note, Vaishali, that 6/6 vision, of course, is the best vision anyone could have, unless they had any short-sightedness or nearsightedness. So Imran Khan had perfect vision until October of 2025, right after which, remember, Imran Khan's family started protesting and stating that he had some threats on his life while he was in jail. He then began experiencing persistent blurred and hazy vision, which he repeatedly reported to, and then the jail superintendent was also informed of this. However, no action was taken by the jail authorities to address these complaints that were made by the former Pakistan Prime Minister. He stated that he subsequently suffered a sudden and complete loss of vision in his right eye, following which an ophthalmologist from PIMS Hospital, Dr. Muhammad Arif, was called to examine him. Upon the examination, of course, the conclusion of the reports stated that he had a blood clot in his right eye, which caused a severe damage. And despite treatment being administered to him, including injections in his eyes, he has been left with only 15% vision in his right eye. The undersigned personally observed that the petitioner appeared visibly perturbed and deeply distressed by the loss of vision and the absence of timely and specialized medical intervention. If there had been any medical intervention on time, while Imran Khan, of course, complained of the issues, he would have been cured. These issues are curable. However, the superintendent, of course, ignored these requests by the former Pakistan Prime Minister. Now, throughout the meeting with the doctor, the petitioner's eyes were watery and he repeatedly used a tissue to wipe them, reflecting physical discomfort. Over to you, Vaishali.
We're getting some more breaking news, viewers. Now, Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf Secretary General Barrister Salman Raja on Thursday accused the state of committing a crime against former, of course, speaking outside the Supreme Court with Imran Khan's sister Lima Khanum and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa Chief Minister Sohail Afridi. Raja said the state had failed in its duty to provide proper medical care. He named Abdul Ghafoor Anjum, former superintendent of Adiala Jail, as responsible for negligence and added, "We will not forget this name." Let's listen it. All right, we're going to be speaking now to Ajay Chandial, my colleague. Ajay, what more can you tell us?
Yes, it is going to be very, tough for the government of Pakistan as well, because after this information is out in the media that Imran Khan have lost his eyesight because of ongoing situation, and they are also making allegations against the government of Pakistan and Pakistani jail administration. They definitely the party workers, they are also going to raise their hand, and they are also going to lodge a protest against the government of Pakistan, what they have seen, what we have seen in the past as well. Yesterday, today, Imran Khan's sister and his advocate and other legal team, they appeared before the media and they made these allegations and says that this is something very serious, that he had lost his eyesight in the jail, because they say that earlier he was fine when he appeared in the court, and how this is possible that he have lost his, most of the he lost his eyesight and he lost his vision. So that is why they are blaming the government, and the PTI workers and the leaders, they are also going to raise this issue strongly in the Pakistan.
All right, Ajay, stay on with me. Now, Imran Khan's sister has also made some revelations. She says Imran Khan couldn't see at all for 2 weeks, and only when his eyesight completely failed did he call the doctors. Superintendent Adiala Jail, Ghulam Anjum, is a criminal. Let's listen in.
अपना काम नहीं किया, जाके फिर सारा दिन हमें सुनाते हैं कि जेल मैन्युअल में क्या लिखा हुआ है। सारा दिन हमें पता चलता है टेक्निकल बात है जी, आपने पॉलिटिकल बात भी बाहर आती है कि जेल मैन्युअल में लिखा हुआ है। तो ये जेल मैन्युअल में लिखा हुआ है तो उसका काम बनता था। जब उनकी बिनाई चली गई थी और इमरान खान रोज उनको कह रहे थे कि मुझे नजर नहीं आ रहा, इसका काम बनता था इस क्रिमिनल का कि हमें इन्फॉर्म करता, लेकिन इसकी जरूरत नहीं होनी चाहिए। जब आप दूसरा बंदा इसको बता रहा होगा, ये अकेला तो नहीं है, ये सिर्फ कुर्बानी का बकरा है। लेकिन अगर इन लोगों ने कुर्बानी के बकरे बनने, सबने, इन लोगों ने अगर कह रहे हैं हम मजबूर हैं, नहीं, मजबूर कोई नहीं है। कोई मजबूर नहीं होता कि जी मुझे ऊपर से एक ऑर्डर आ गया तो मुझे यही करना है। ये क्रिमिनल इंचार्ज यही था, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी जेल की इसकी थी। इसको वो कह रहे थे कि मेरी आंख पे नजर जा रही है। इस आदमी ने डॉक्टर छोड़े ना, फैमिली को इन्फॉर्म किया, जब तक बिल्कुल चली नहीं गई तब।
Ajay Chandial is joining me with more details. Ajay, we've just played out Imran Khan's sister's statement. What more can you add to that?
Yes, Imran Khan's sister, make this a revelation that how when he was basically not feeling well and having a complaint of losing the vision, he raised this issue with the jail administration, but instead of addressing the issue, he was ignored because he was alone in his barrack where he was basically lost, and that is the reason that they are continuing saying that this is very strange that no one have heard him, and that is the reason that he have lost his eyesight over there.
All right, Ajay, thanks for joining me. My colleague now, viewers, Aditya Vadhavan is in conversation with Gallet Hoffman, Consul Tourism Affairs, Israeli Tourism Ministry. Let's take a look at it.
So we have with us Ms. Galit Hoffman, who is the Consul for Tourism Affairs, Israeli Ministry of Tourism. So, ma'am, thank you so much for talking to Newsx, ma'am. Ma'am, since both India and Israel are ancient civilizations, how do you think the cultural exchanges between both India and Israel are expected to grow in the years to come? What is your take on it, ma'am? If you can just talk something about it, ma'am.
Okay, yeah. So, Israel and India are both very ancient civilization, like you mentioned, and there are lots of similarities, surprisingly, between the two countries. I live here for a few years already, and now joined the Mumbai tourism office lately, but I can see, both countries, many shared values, like family is in the center, and we both, talk loud, warm hearts, a very similar way of driving, on the road. So there are lots of similarities. And I think that this is why both, when Israeli travel to India and Indian travel to Israel, both feel very, welcome and very much at home. And this is why you see many Israelis travel to India, the big numbers, and also we expect to see many Indians travel to Israel. Like now in March, this coming March, on 3rd March, Indian will celebrate Holi, while the same day Jewish people will celebrate Purim, which is our holiday. And in Israel, we will hold a huge festival for Holi and Purim together on the beach of Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv municipality, together with the Indian embassy in Tel Aviv, are holding a huge festival with a lot of colors and customs, and it will be a very nice event. And this shows, a bit of this connection between the cultures and tourism between the two countries. Also, we are having this month only, in February, a big event in Bangalore when we are hosting a very popular Israeli chef there, and she's going to prepare, farm-to-table dinner for our guests there. Again, combining Israeli tradition and products together with Indian kitchen. So this again shows the connection between the two countries.
Well, considering the vibrant diplomatic relations between Israel and India, how much increase do you expect this year of Indians traveling to Israel, to several cities of Israel like, Haifa, Tel Aviv, and many other, ma'am?
Yes, so the diplomatic relations are very strong between the two countries. Prime Minister Modi is about to travel to Israel in 2 weeks' time, and afterwards we expect the Israeli Prime Minister to visit here. This shows a bit of the strong relationship between the two countries. And yes, the number are growing. India now is among the top 10 countries travels to Israel, and first from Asia. So this again shows the big interest in Israel. And we expect in the year of 2026 the number to grow up to around 50,000 visitors from India to Israel, hopefully, yeah.
Ma'am, since you will agree with me on that fact that since tourism and culture are very, very closely interrelated, are there any plans to, further spread the presence of Jewish cultural centers across India, across the length and breadth of India, are there any plans regarding that?
We are planning different events, to spread our presence here and to support and promote Israel as a attractive destination for the Indian market. So we are doing it in all the big cities. We are planning some road shows. We are planning seminars. We are planning, farm trip traveling to Israel. We are all about, to promote and show and explore Israel, as a very attractive destination for the Indian market. And as I mentioned, every Indian who travel to Israel immediately feel at home. Yeah, this is something very strong. This is why, for me, it's my 7th year here in India. This is my second home, and I'm sure that it works, the other way around. Like every Indian travel to Israel feel the same. So we definitely support and hope that more visitors to come. Israel really provide an amazing mix of all that you explore in your vacation. Yeah, on one hand, it's beautiful nature and landscape, but also the city is very vibrant city. Tel Aviv is the never sleep city, and great culinary, wineries, agriculture, and of course also history and holy places. Everybody knows Israel for Jerusalem, but we provide, it's really a great blend of all you can ask on your vacation. So. Yeah.
One last question to you. So, if you can throw some light over the memorandum of understandings that have been signed between Israeli Ministry of Tourism and India's Cultural Ministry. Are there any MOUs that have been signed with India's Cultural Ministry in this regard, as far as to promote the tourism between India and Israel?
We didn't sign an official because no need on this. There are so many MOUs signed between the two countries in different ministries, for transportation, for defense, for health, for different, of course, trade MOUs. There are so many of them. But I think in tourism, it's more people to people. And this we do even without any official MOUs. We just promote it on the best way we can, and this is what we do. Yeah.
Thank you so much for talking to Newsx. So this is Aditya Vadhavan reporting for Newsx with video journalist Ankush, New Delhi.
समान नागरिक संहिता हमारी बेटियां माताओं बहनों के गरिमापूर्ण जीवन का आधार बने। यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड से लोकतंत्र की स्पिरिट को मजबूती मिलेगी, संविधान की भावना मजबूत होगी, किसी से भेदभाव नहीं, हर कोई बराबर।
प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की दूरदर्शी प्रेरणा और मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी के सशक्त नेतृत्व में उत्तराखंड ने इतिहास रचते हुए देश का पहला राज्य बनने का गौरव प्राप्त किया, जहां समान नागरिक संहिता यानी यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड को प्रभावी रूप से लागू किया गया है। ये पहल राज्य में संवैधानिक मूल्यों को सुदृढ़ करते हुए समानता, सामाजिक समरसता और महिला सशक्तिकरण की दिशा में एक दूरदर्शी और प्रभावी कदम के रूप में स्थापित हुई है। इस ऐतिहासिक कानून के सफल क्रियान्वयन का 1 वर्ष पूर्ण होने पर उत्तराखंड सुशासन, समान अधिकार और जन विश्वास की उस यात्रा का उत्सव मना रहा है जो एक संकल्प से शुरू होकर अब एक व्यवस्था में परिवर्तित हो गई है। इस पहल की नींव मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी द्वारा 12 फरवरी 2022 के राज्य विधानसभा चुनावों में जनता से किए गए उस ऐतिहासिक संकल्प से प्रारंभ हुई, जिसे पूरा करने की दिशा में 24 मार्च 2022 को नवगठित सरकार की प्रथम कैबिनेट बैठक में विशेषज्ञ समिति के गठन का निर्णय लिया गया। समिति ने प्रदेश भर में व्यापक संवाद करते हुए नागरिकों से लाखों सुझाव प्राप्त किए और 2 फरवरी 2024 को अपनी विस्तृत रिपोर्ट सरकार को प्रस्तुत की। इसके आधार पर 12 मार्च 2024 को यूसीसी उत्तराखंड अधिनियम 2024 को विधिक स्वीकृति प्रदान की गई और 27 जनवरी 2025 को नियमावली के प्रभावी होने के साथ ये कानून प्रशासनिक और डिजिटल दोनों स्तरों पर पूर्णतः लागू हुआ। इस अधिनियम के अंतर्गत विवाह, वसीयत, तलाक, लिव इन रिलेशनशिप तथा विधिक उत्तराधिकारी घोषणाओं से संबंधित प्रावधानों में सभी नागरिकों के लिए समान और न्याय संगत व्यवस्था सुनिश्चित की गई है। साथ ही महिलाओं के अधिकारों और वरिष्ठ नागरिकों के हितों के संरक्षण पर विशेष ध्यान दिया गया है, जिससे इसकी सार्वभौमिक स्वीकार्यता, प्रशासनिक दक्षता और जन विश्वास को नई मजबूती मिली है। कानून के सफल क्रियान्वयन हेतु 10 दिनों से भी कम समय में 8,500 से अधिक अधिकारियों तथा 7,500 से अधिक कॉमन सर्विस सेंटर संचालकों को प्रशिक्षित किया गया है। इसके साथ ही सहायता एवं तकनीकी परामर्श के लिए राज्यव्यापी मॉक ड्रिल का सफल आयोजन किया गया। इसके परिणाम स्वरूप एक वर्ष में राज्य पोर्टल पर लगभग 5 लाख आवेदन प्राप्त हुए, जिनमें से 96% का औसतन 5 दिनों से भी कम समय में निस्तारण हुआ। पंजीकरण की गति में उल्लेखनीय वृद्धि हुई है, जहां प्रतिदिन औसतन 1400 से अधिक पंजीकरण दर्ज किए जा रहे हैं। संवेदनशील एवं उत्तरदायी शासन का परिचय देते हुए सरकार ने जनता की आवश्यकताओं के अनुरूप नियमों में समय समय पर आवश्यक संशोधन भी किए, जिससे यूसीसी कानून को और अधिक समावेशी, व्यवहारिक तथा जनहितकारी स्वरूप प्रदान किया जा सके। विकसित भारत 2047 के विजन के अनुरूप विकसित उत्तराखंड की दिशा में समान नागरिक संहिता एक महत्वपूर्ण पहल है, जो समानता और न्याय को प्रशासनिक प्रक्रियाओं में व्यवस्थित रूप से समाहित कर रही है। समान नागरिक संहिता, समानता द्वारा समरसता।
Welcome back. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. You're joining us on Newsx. The Indian government has issued new AI content rules as it looks to prevent major deepfake-related scams and attacks on innocent people in the country. The new rules come into effect from the 20th February 2026, which is just a week or so away from being enforced, not only for content platforms, but also those who create content shared widely across these social media apps. This means the likes of Instagram, YouTube, and X have to be mindful about the content that are being published by users and inform them about labels and watermarks needed to differentiate AI-generated content with the original stuff. The government rules clearly put the onus on platforms catering to these tools and content that come with the necessary labels and other directions of use. In addition to this, the platforms need to embed permanent metadata into the AI-generated content to allow easier identification of the creator and even the source of where the content was formed. But how is the government defining AI-generated content? Well, the notification says any information or content synthetically generated in audio, video, or audiovisual mode and altered using computer tools and make them look authentic based on an event or a person will be categorized within this ruling by the center. The bigger tech entities like Instagram and YouTube have a bigger task though at hand, and they need to improve their overall moderation. The new rules also require intermediaries to remove certain categories as unlawful or harmful content within 3 hours and to ensure that AI-generated or manipulated content is clearly disclosed to users. The amendments also come amidst a surge in deepfakes and AI-generated content flooding the internet. Nicholas Miale, co-founder AI Safety Connect and co-founder of Prism Eval, is joining us live on the broadcast. Welcome, Nicholas. Thank you for being with us today. What do you make of these new rules put out by the Indian Ministry of Electronics and IT?
Well, thanks a lot, Uday, for having me. And I think that the government guidelines which have been announced are clearly a step in the right direction, but we also need to be realizing that they will be difficult to enforce. So I actually consider this as an immense chance for India to show its leadership, its global leadership, in what we call frontier AI safety. Let's remember that next week, Prime Minister Modi is going to host many heads of state and industrial leaders on the AI Impact Summit. And it's, I think, quite interesting to see the timing of these rules and see how India wants to show that it's trying to reconcile the need to democratize access to AI innovation and the need to prevent its harms. It's clearly the situation of a so-called double-edged sword, because the plummeting costs of access to advanced AI models for video generation and sound generation trigger a wave of democratization of application development, but it also translates into a potential increase, if not revolution, of fake news media. And the latest models which have been deployed over the past week with lip synchronization technology, which are open sourcely available, create velocity and volume, which enhances the emerging crisis that we're seeing in terms of information integrity. What the technology that we're seeing in our hands right now and deployed across society is creating is in effect a stress test on our democracies, a stress test on the potential to keep information integrity because of, as I said, of the lowering access barriers to these technologies. And so India is going in the right direction, clearly. Now we'll have to see, and we can discuss more in terms of what are the challenges to deploy this, because there is currently no national standard and no international standards to do this labeling, to do this tracing. That remains in so many ways an engineering challenge which isn't solved. So
right.
Implementation is key, and the international coordination to force international platforms as well as local platforms on that. Not to talk, of course, about the linguistic diversity of India, which adds to the challenge.
But was this the need of the hour? Because at the end of the day, AI can be misused. AI, can be used for wrong purposes if, of course, fall in the wrong hands. Also, at the end of the day, AI can also, sort of infringe on people's privacy if used in a negative fashion as well. So was this the need of the hour, these rules?
Sorry, can you repeat your question? Was it the need of?
The hour. I mean, were these rules needed? Aren't they necessary if we are, going to see a possible misuse? These regulations were needed.
Yes, they are needed. We have seen in previous political election campaigns the rise of fake news media.
Yes.
So it's important to protect Indian democracy, to protect the trust of its citizens, well-educated, less well-educated, in the media and in the information. Violence is around the corner when the stakes are high, and the protection of democracy requires ex-ante implementation of these rules, even if they are difficult to implement. It's a challenge. Let's take it up together. I think it's an important thing to mention, because, as I said, again, it's not the first time. Deep fakes are not new. What is new is the intensity, the scale, the volume, the velocity with which it's going to hit our screens for ourselves and our kids.
Now, some analysts, though, say the implementation may be a bit difficult in the timelines given as well. Suppose a certain content is flagged as harmful. Obviously, social media apps get a certain amount of time to take it down. Now, how easy or how difficult is that implementation according to the time window going to be?
It's difficult. Let's be clear. There is a 3-hour takedown window. And this creates right now an operational risk and an uncertainty for platforms. And also a risk that you did not mention, the risk of over-censoring. It's going to be difficult for these platforms to deploy the technology and the tools to chase the news and to disseminate, to dissect between what is good and what is bad. And so we have also the risk of over-censoring legitimate speech or satire. And satire is really crucial in a democracy, as we all know. The other problem that we're seeing is who is going to bear the burden for synthetically generated information that slips through the cracks? Is it the platforms, the developers, the creators, all of the above? And how will the governments actually decide to implement and hold responsible the actors? We basically need clear rules, and we probably need to innovate as well mechanisms such as safe harbors or good faith compliance to address this uncertainty and compliance risks for platforms and media, which need to operate to deliver democracy. Again, the risk, as I said, is also over-censorship.
Okay. Nicholas Miele, I appreciate you joining us with your perspective on this segment. So we are, of course, examining the new AI rules. Let's open this up now to the rest of our panel. That's also live with us. Khushbu Jain, our managing partner, ARK Legal, is live with us. Nirali Bhatia, cyber psychologist, also joins us live. Sakshar Duggal, AI governance expert, is live with us. Ronita Sengupta, AI ethics expert, also joins us now on the broadcast. Let me make a start with you first, Khushbu, on these new AI rules. Were they the need of the hour according to you?
See, it's a step in a right direction, if I have to start with saying, because we are living in the age of technology, and we are seeing that how AI has been part and parcel of it, and how AI has brought in a lot of sophistications in the way crimes were committed. To an example, that whatever learning we used to give it to people in terms of any kind of phishing attacks or any kind of messages or any kind of videos that used to come across, we used to say these are the things you should watch out for and do not believe into it. Right from spelling mistakes to errors, or how it would be such a bad copy of making a video or things like that. But AI has brought in and catched up, and it has brought in that sophistication in the way now videos can be created, which looks absolutely, it is impossible for a naked eye of yours and mine to understand this is real or this is synthetic one. Same as with the voice. 7 seconds of your voice is what they need to create practically 80% precision in how your and my voice would be. From them to utilizing it in mass bots, they understand how kids chat and that grooming part of it, bullying part of it. You just think of a crime, AI is adding that AI element into it, is making it so sophisticated that it is becoming difficult for people, for law enforcement agencies, for anybody to catch up with. And that's where you need a technological measure to curb. And that's where we are talking about that the new measure is trying to catch up, that let there be a 3R part of it, let there be an understanding that which mandates any video that is coming, whether it is with the intent of malice intent or whether it is an intent to educate somebody, let there be a proportion which says mandatory and writing that this is a AI generated content, so that a person can get a clarity that this is not real, this is synthetic, whether it is for an education purpose or for cheating somebody or for any kind of malicious intent that the content is created. I think that's what the rule is about, and I think it's one of the right step in a direction, and the world has to look into it.
Khushbu, social media apps, how easy or how difficult is the implementation of these rules going to be?
Okay, I just heard half of it, and I think you're talking about, if I can make sense of it, you're talking about how easy or difficult it would be for social media to implement this. Yes, okay, perfect. Okay, for easy, see, at last you're a profit-making company, you have technology, you have a wherewithal. Whether implementation part, can it be challenging? Yes, it can be challenging, but it's not impossible for them to comply. But if you see with the part that how much harm it is causing, right from as I said, do think of a crime and that's happening, and social media are the breeding grounds for these crimes, and the reach of social media platforms is unimaginable. With that, if you see that one side is your profit making, second side is the harm that is caused to people. That's where I think it was a duty for these platforms to practically bring in these elements into it. You are inculcating AI, you are inculcating technology for business and a profit motive. That's where I think it would be an additional cost, and you should think of that additional cost as a cost of running your systems or providing platforms, because this is talking about safety of children, it's talking about safety of citizen, it's talking about safety against a crime which is not committed by social media but some third party vendor utilizing social media. So it's high time that the steps should be taken so that these platforms do not continue to become a breeding ground for criminals. It's very important. Technologically, it's not impossible. Yes, there would be changes that you have to bring in your systems, but again, you're doing it, you're bringing those changes. When it comes to profit, I think there should not be a difficulty in bringing it for when it comes to safety of your users.
Khushbu, as far as these rules are concerned, can India emerge as the global leader in AI governance if these rules are implemented successfully?
Absolutely, because this is a fight not just India, this is a fight against each and every user utilizing technology, living in this age, are there on social media platform. This fight is everywhere, every household, every one person in one family has gone through some or the other form. It can be right from defamatory content to bullying to grooming, to some form of it that has come out, or they have been victim of having misinformation or a disinformation and continued. And that's where I think India can emerge as one of the leading country to showcase that this is possible and this is how we should be doing it, and for others to follow the same steps. Because if you'll see, I'm again repeating the things which I was talking earlier, that when you talk about technology, there has to be it's like you have to consider this as a this act of 3R takedown as a rapid, digital fire brigade response kind of a thing. We need a fire brigade. The way we have fire brigade, we need a digital fire brigade, and this will act as a digital fire brigade if implemented in the same intent as it has come across.
Absolutely. Nirali, if I can quickly draw you in here as well, because obviously many are saying these rules were the need of the hour. We're beginning to see deep fakes. We're beginning to see how AI is often being misused as well. Were these then needed, to ensure that the misuse of AI does not happen by some who try and take advantage of this?
Absolutely. See, it's not just only in terms of, anyone being victim of a certain deepfake or so. It is also on a day-to-day basis, the cognitive load that a common user goes through of identifying what I'm reading. Is it factual information? Is it misinformation? Is it disinformation? So it is absolutely an important step and a much needed one to make sure that at least we are reducing that kind of flood. We are bringing in the trust element again, because we are tired in saying in the awareness trainings that, don't trust internet, don't trust internet, but we live in this world 24/7. So if you live over there and if you tell people don't trust, it really does not work. And hence, to bring in the trust element back, we need these kind of measures. They may sound at the beginning, yes, difficult, at the beginning more demanding. But I guess if we don't set a precedent now, we are looking at a bigger disaster going forward. I mean, not that enough damage is not done. I mean, we worked with cases where children have been, accidentally, even at the bullying end themselves and at the victim end also. Technology is a double-edged sword, right? It's also in terms of, that where we want to experience, where we want to experiment, but without knowing what's going to be the consequence, it has been a challenge, especially with younger children. So not only to safeguard victims, but it is also to set in a right code of conduct is where we do require this kind of, regulations.
Yes, indeed. Sakshar, how easy or how difficult, though, is the implementation of this going to be for social media apps, for companies?
Well, no doubt the implementation will be extremely difficult because number one, yes, we are using AI, but companies were not expecting this kind of a rules to come up, and that too of a 3-hour taken down window. That's number one. Number two, somewhere, and I personally believe that these rules are somewhere incomplete because in a lot of places, there are a couple of vague areas as well. What I'm expecting is maybe the Indian government will be coming up with these rules where some bifurcation as to what kind of SGIs, that is what kind of synthetic data and what kind of risk do they have. Because again, synthetic data as a term, it's vague, and having that vague definition would definitely cause some sort of a problem and confusions, number one. Number two, companies somewhere, now they have to understand that if they're using AI, it's their specific responsibility to take down, and there are no excuses altogether. So I think the Indian government has been very much clear in their respective conduct.
Okay. Ronita, if I can quickly draw you in here, as far as these rules are concerned, what was your first interpretation of them? The fact that this could actually be a turning point for AI governance in the world. This comes at the cusp of the AI summit, where we will be seeing heads of state converge in New Delhi, also AI leaders. Perhaps they also will take a cue from this then.
Yeah, so I definitely would like to make a point over here that this has been long called for. The new rules, the regulations that the government has brought about is definitely very welcoming because it's not a standalone AI rule. It's got a connection with the DPDP Act and, the other privacy factors. And let's remember one thing, that AI is not dangerous because, it's intelligent. But I think AI becomes dangerous when intelligence is used without either accountability, ethics, and transparency. So I definitely feel that there are a lot of aspects that the government has looked into while, these regulations were being made. For instance, I think we knew what happened with Grok. We knew what happened on X, okay, where Elon Musk never took the responsibility. But today, big techs, or intermediaries like a YouTube, X, or Instagram and Facebook just cannot wash their hands off. They need to take it up as a major ethical factor, and they need to come up with regulations so that we do not make, vulnerable citizens, whether it's women, children, senior citizens, even public figures, go through the tremendous agony and bullying that we've seen, or, what AI can do. So I definitely see this is a perspective that was long required, and especially, if India is a trailblazer on this front, we must support the government. We must make companies, individuals responsible. And I think, when social media companies say that, oh, it's the user's responsibility, you just can't make loose statements like that. If you are a company like a YouTube, Instagram, FB, and X, you must have those tools and technology to detect where AI is being used. And let's say as a user, if I am not, putting that disclaimer, this is AI content, you should be able to do that. So we have to put them, under the radar. We have to make them responsible, because I think it's time, where we've been seeing so much of crimes that's going on, whether it came through deep fakes, deep nudes, and the social media bullying that we've seen. I think this is the right time, the right age where we take proper governance and action. So that's what I definitely want to say. And I would like to see more of such global rules coming up, where the big techs, the government of the different, countries come together to ensure more monitoring and definitely more ethical channeling of AI.
Appreciate you all joining us on Newsx with your perspectives. It's time for a very short break.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
लाल रंग इसका अपार, तीखा कम है फिर भी स्वाद, बेमिसाल बेमिसाल MDH कश्मीरी,
MDH कश्मीरी।
MDH।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
This week on the roundtable, we are taking a look at the danger our country faces from the number of Chinese imports that have been literally dumped onto our country. Our economy is at great risk. What can the budget do about it?
The budget is like an iron dome. It protects our factories, it protects Indian capacities, and we need to defend them from the onslaught that the Chinese economy is doing on India. And it has reached huge proportions, so there is a need for an urgent step to be taken by the union budget.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Newsx Deep Dive. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. After 78 years of functioning from a building designed by the British Empire, the Prime Minister's office has a new address. The PMO will be moving out of South Block tomorrow and into a new complex called Seva Tirth. This is not just a change of location, it is being projected as a statement on how power, governance and service are to be reimagined in contemporary India. The move is part of the Central Vista redevelopment, which aims to consolidate government functioning. Under this plan, 51 central government ministries are all set to be brought into 10 common central secretariat buildings. The new PMO complex is located less than a kilometre from Raisina Hill on plots 36 and 38 behind South Block. Seva Tirth has 3 parts housing the PMO Cabinet Secretariat and the National Security Council Secretariat. The new complex has been named Seva Tirth, and the name itself carries a strong message. Seva means service, a core principle in Indian civilizational and political thought. Tirth refers to a sacred space, a place associated with purpose, responsibility and moral duty. Together, Seva Tirth is meant to signal that governance is not a symbol of authority but a space of service. The government has framed the shift as a move from rule to service, from command to responsibility and from distance to accessibility. This naming is also a clear departure from the language and symbolism of empire. South Block, like much of Lutyens' Delhi, was designed to project imperial power. Built in 1930 as part of the British plan for New Delhi, it initially housed the Viceroy's office. Its grand staircases, long corridors and elevated position were intended to inspire awe and establish hierarchy. The ruler was physically and psychologically distant from the ruled. After independence in 1947, India adapted this colonial structure for democratic governance. The Prime Minister's Secretariat was established here, and the first cabinet meeting under Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru was held within these walls. Over time, the PM Secretariat evolved. In 1964, under Lal Bahadur Shastri, it received statutory status through the allocation of business rules. Its influence expanded significantly during Indira Gandhi's tenure. In 1977, under Morarji Desai, it was formally renamed the Prime Minister's Office. Earlier, PMO, Cabinet Secretariat and National Security Council operated from different locations, leading to administrative silos and complex security logistics. The new setup is designed to enable faster decision-making and better coordination. What is also called the Executive Enclave, the Seva Tirth complex, has been constructed by Larsen & Toubro for the Central Public Works Department, which awarded the contract in 2022. The complex spans over 226,803 square feet and has been built at a cost of approximately 1,189 crore rupees. It features digitally integrated offices, structured public interface zones, and centralized reception facilities. The design seeks to promote efficiency, collaboration, and seamless governance, while also improving employee well-being and citizen engagement. Seva Tirth has been built in accordance with 4-star Griha sustainability standards. That means it incorporates renewable energy systems, water conservation measures, advanced waste management solutions, and high-performance building envelopes. Security has been a core focus, with smart access control systems regulating entry and exit, integrated surveillance across the central vista, and advanced emergency response infrastructure, including fire detection, alarm systems, and evacuation protocols. Once vacated, both south and north blocks will be converted into a public museum named Yuge Yugin Bharat Sangrahalaya. In fact, in recent years, the Indian government has embarked on a profound administrative and symbolic transformation, redefining the geography of its power sectors. Under the Central Vista Redevelopment Project, the physical relocation of government offices has been accompanied by a strategic renaming of key landmarks as well, to shed colonial legacies and emphasize a philosophy of public service. Earlier renaming of the Prime Ministerial residence to 7 Lok Kalyan Marg signaled the same thing. Similarly, the sprawling Central Secretariat, which houses the union bureaucracy, is being consolidated into a series of integrated buildings known as Kartavya Bhavan. These shifts effectively phase out the usage of older hubs like Shastri Bhavan and Udyog Bhavan, which are being repurposed or demolished. Beyond Delhi, the renaming trend has reached the states. The Raj Bhavans and Raj Nivas are being rebranded as Lok Bhavan and Lok Nivas respectively. This linguistic pivot from Raj or rule to Lok or people and Kartavya or duty represents a significant effort to decolonize the nomenclature of Indian governance, ensuring that the names of these offices reflect the democratic values of the modern era. For the first time since independence, the Prime Minister of India is not governing from a building conceived by the British Empire. The address of power has changed, and with it the message the state wants to send about itself. Seva Tirth is being positioned as a place where power flows from duty, where governance is framed as service, and where the Indian state seeks to reimagine its identity for a new era. Whether this remains a symbolic shift or evolves into substantive change is a question that only time, policy and practice will answer. Dikshu Kukreja, town planner, is joining us live in the broadcast. Dikshu, how significant is this shift of the PMO from their current location to Seva Tirth, and what will the new office look like?
So, Uday, thanks for having me on your show. And what you have just described as the purpose of this move from the South Block to what is now the Seva Tirth, a new executive enclave, I think is really very purposeful, very transformational, and sends a very strong message at different levels. And I think you've also narrated that rather well in terms of what it encompasses. Of course, one is the symbolism that is associated with it, and that has far-reaching consequences, I will not deny. But also, it's about really, when we are talking about moving towards a Viksit Bharat, when we are transforming so fast, when we are becoming one of the fastest growing economies in the world, when we are the largest population on this planet, all these things also warrant that we have state-of-the-art, world-class infrastructure. And for a prime minister to run the country, or serve the country rather, I would say it requires the right infrastructure, the right office space, the right coordination with his cabinet secretariat or the National Council of Security, like you mentioned, that secretariat, rather than these facilities which so far were scattered in different parts of New Delhi or the Rajpath. At least for all this to be consolidated is not denying that it's going to lead to operational efficiencies, and it is about buildings which are designed for that purpose, as opposed to what had been happening till date, which that they were operating out of buildings which were originally built from a different mindset and for a different purpose, so to say. And all these facilities over time, infrastructure requirements have changed, technology has changed, the way we work has changed, workspace design has changed, and all this was missing in those old buildings, which were heritage buildings in their own right, and therefore you could not do much out there. So from all those purposes, I think this is a very strong, symbolic, again I repeat, but also a very efficient and sensible move.
Absolutely. And, Dikshu, it also, of course, comes as part of the Central Vista redevelopment. In the Central Vista redevelopment, we've already seen, the Kartavya Path be redeveloped. We've already seen other offices as well shift to Kartavya Bhavan. And the relocation, of course, of offices is ongoing. The latest is Seva Tirth. But talk us through this entire Central Vista redevelopment plan. What the objective of it was, what all has been completed, what is still left to be completed, and also, the architecture and the significance of it all as well. Apart from the renaming, as we've seen, from Racecourse Road to Lok Kalyan Marg, to Vijay Path, to Kartavya Path, to, of course, South North Block now being known as Kartavya Bhavan and Seva Tirth, really shedding colonial legacy, also creating a sense of purpose and duty and responsibility to the country as well.
Absolutely, you're right. So renaming is not just about, shedding a colonial legacy. Okay, that has one sense of purpose there, but it's also about sending the right message that what is a government really meant to do? Are they meant to govern in a democracy, or are they really there to facilitate and serve the people of the country? So this renaming certainly reflects that ethos and goes a long way in demonstrating to the people what an Indian democratic setup is all about. So I think it's a very intelligent, sensible, and meaningful move of renaming. And along with the renaming, of course, creation of infrastructure of the Central Vista, with the whole idea that operational efficiencies in governance go a long way in making a country progress better, progress faster, progress in the right manner. So if rather than having offices which are scattered all over the city, the kind of time loss, the kind of environmental impact, the kind of operational inefficiencies that come into it are something we sort of learn to live with because we don't know any better. But the fact when you create these state-of-the-art office infrastructure, when you bring all the different ministries and departments in one area, there's no doubt that it really brings about a far better operational efficiency and saves so much time, energy, and resources. So from that point of view, I think it's a very bold and good idea to create a new Central Vista, which is about meeting today's requirements or being future ready to meet the requirements of the future as well, rather than living and operating out of buildings which were meant for another purpose in another era by another sort of colonial power altogether.
Dikshu Kokreja, appreciate you joining us with your perspective on this segment.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला जो भी पके ऐसा पके जहाँ भी हो जो खींचा चला आए पिसी दिल हो या पुलियो गिरे वांगी भात हो या पोड़ी मसाला
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
This week on the round.
Welcome back. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. You're joining us on Newsx. You're watching Deep Dive. We are speaking on a landmark defense development deal for India today. The approval of the acquisition of 114 Rafale fighter jets and what this means for India's air power, defense industrial strategy and geopolitical readiness. The Defense Acquisition Council, which is India's highest defense procurement body, is chaired by Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, has granted acceptance of necessity for the acquisition of 114 additional Rafale fighter jets from France. This step moves the proposal into the next phase of technical and commercial negotiations and is viewed as the precursor to Cabinet Committee on Security approval, which will finalize the deal. Estimated at around 3.25 lakh crores, this is being touted as one of India's largest defense purchases ever. The clearance also includes procurement of 6 P-81 maritime surveillance aircrafts alongside the Rafale jets. Under the proposed government-to-government deal with France, India will acquire 114 additional Rafale fighter jets, significantly, of course, expanding its existing fleet. Of these, 18 aircrafts are going to be delivered in flyaway condition from France, allowing for quicker induction into the Indian Air Force. The remaining 96 aircrafts will be manufactured in India, marking one of the most substantial boosts to domestic aerospace production in recent years. This acquisition will be taking India's total Rafale fleet to 176 aircrafts, including the 36 Rafales already in service with the Indian Air Force, 26 Rafale M naval variants ordered for the Indian Navy, and the 114 aircrafts now cleared by the Defense Acquisition Council. This scale effectively positions Rafale as a central pillar of India's future air combat capability. In terms of configuration, the Indian Air Force has proposed a mix of 88 single-seater fighters and 26 twin-seater variants out of the 114 aircrafts. The single-seater jets are primarily optimized for frontline combat roles such as air superiority and precision strike missions, while the twin-seater variants serve both operational and training purposes. This balanced composition ensures long-term operational flexibility while also strengthening pilot training and mission specialization capabilities. A defining feature of the deal is the strong emphasis on domestic manufacturing under the Make in India framework. Sources indicate that nearly 80% of the aircrafts are planned to be built domestically, with indigenous content expected to rise gradually from around 30% to as much as 60% over time. This deal marks a significant shift from earlier defense imports by placing strong emphasis on domestic manufacturing and higher indigenous content, strengthening India's aerospace ecosystem while reducing long-term external dependence. India has also pushed for the integration of indigenous weapons and systems onto the Rafale platform. However, while customization will be possible, the core source code will remain with Dassault Aviation, meaning ultimate software control stays with the manufacturer, a common but strategically important limitation in advanced fighter contracts. The urgency of this acquisition becomes clear when viewed against the Indian Air Force's declining squadron strength, currently well below the sanctioned 42 squadrons, with older aircrafts being phased out and deliveries of 180 Tejas jets progressing slower than expected. The Indian Air Force faces immediate capability gaps. Expanding the Rafale fleet, a combat-proven platform already operational, offers a rapid and reliable solution. The Rafale itself is a 4.5 generation multi-role fighter available in 3 variants: the single-seat Rafale C, the twin-seat Rafale B, and the carrier-capable Rafale M for naval operations. India operates the C and B variants and has ordered the M version for its aircraft carriers, equipped with the Spectra electronic warfare suite, AESA radar, and advanced weaponry such as Meteor beyond visual range, air-to-air missiles, scalp cruise missiles, and hammer precision guided munitions. The Rafale provides air superiority, deep strike, and electronic warfare capability in a single platform. In essence, this is not just the addition of 114 aircrafts, it expands India's Rafale fleet to 176 jets, strengthens domestic production, integrates Indian systems, and directly addresses pressing operational shortfalls, making it both a capability upgrade and a strategic industrial move shaping the future of India's air power. Now, in 2025, during Operation Sindoor, India's military response to cross-border provocations, Indian Air Force Vice Chief Air Marshal Nagesh Kapoor had publicly described the Rafale as the hero of Operation Sindoor, highlighting its performance and contribution to mission success under combat conditions. Let's listen.
Rafale definitely was a hero amongst other heroes during Op Sindoor.
Rafale's advanced sensor suite, its Spectra electronic warfare system and compatibility with long-range munitions have made it a cornerstone of India's air combat capabilities. India's journey to the 114 Rafale jets began with the earlier MMRCA competition, which originally sought 114 aircrafts to modernize the Indian Air Force. Although Rafale was selected, negotiations stalled over pricing and technology transfer. The process shifted in 2016 when India signed a government-to-government deal with France for 36 Rafales. Now fully inducted and forming a key part of the Indian Air Force's frontline capability, this was followed by the order for 26 Rafale M jets for the Navy. The current 114 aircraft proposal is therefore a continuation of that modernization roadmap, and the DAC's clearance marks a major step in strengthening India's air combat power. This acquisition is not merely about numbers, it is also about closing squadron gaps, enhancing deterrence and ensuring technological superiority amidst evolving security challenges. At the same time, it aligns with the Make in India vision by expanding domestic manufacturing and deepening India-France strategic cooperation. While the deal naturally raises debates about costs and long-term dependence on foreign platforms, it also represents a decisive move to reinforce operational readiness. In essence, the clearance of the 114 Rafale signals India's intent to build a modern, flexible and combat-ready air force capable of securing its airspace in the decades ahead. Joining us live, Air Commodore Rana Sanjeev Mediratha, former Indian Air Force officer. Air Commodore Mediratha, how crucial is this induction of the new fleet for our Indian Air Force, and also how important is this going to be for the Atmanirbhar mission, with many of them now all set to be made in India?
Hello, good evening to you. Like you said, this was a very crucial stage for us when our Mark 1 and Mark 2 were getting delayed. So we had to fill up the gap to maintain our strategic superiority as well as the changing security circumstances. So this was the need of the hour, and this was in the coming. And this is a proven company, and we have got a lot of experience on these platforms. And these are multi-dimensional platforms. So this will help us, not just the numbers. Of course, we have the aircraft today we have are much, much better and advanced and of a next generation. So you don't really compare the numbers 29 and 42, but yes, we needed these aircraft and urgently to fill up the gap. For the next 10 years, we would be requiring these platforms so that by the time our indigenous aircraft start coming up and join the squadrons, we will require them. And it is a big boost for our domestic defense production, which was another aim of ours with this particular deal with France. And as you know, the President of France is likely to come very soon. So this will get enhanced and this will get activated very fast. Right now we are at the AON stage, which is acceptance of necessity basically. We would need all the negotiations and then the approvals from the CCS. All those aspects are still to be there, but the intention is very clear that we are buying these aircraft.
Absolutely. Air Commodore Mediratha, how big an asset have the Rafales really been for the Indian Air Force? In Operation Sindoor recently, but also overall, how have they evolved as an aircraft for our fleet and for our force?
Yeah, it has filled up all the technological gap and all the technological advances which we required. And we will need to be contemporary all the time in this world. And this helps us in remaining contemporary because this is the state-of-the-art aircraft.
Yes, indeed. And also the timelines are very, very important. Some of these are going to be, ready to fly aircrafts in a very short span of time. Others will, of course, be made in India. Again, that's a big boost to our domestic manufacturing setup as well, isn't it?
Yeah, as you notice, we are getting the aircraft flown in which are ready for dispatch.
Yes.
But also we need to improve and enhance our domestic production. So we would be making almost 80% of the aircraft in India. when I say making, it doesn't mean that we are going to make the whole thing. We will slowly enhance our domestic appliances into that and domestic equipment which we are going to put. So this is a little enhanced version of the aircraft which we already have. Here we would be able to use our own weapons slowly and integrated into this aircraft when we manufacture them in India. And let's say from 30% to almost 60% of indigenous parts would be used finally on this aircraft.
All right, appreciate you joining us, Air Commodore Medhiratha, with your perspective on this big story.
समान नागरिक संहिता हमारी बेटियां माताओं बहनों के गरिमापूर्ण जीवन का आधार बने। यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड से लोकतंत्र की स्पिरिट को मजबूती मिलेगी, संविधान की भावना मजबूत होगी, किसी से भेदभाव नहीं, हर कोई बराबर।
प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की दूरदर्शी प्रेरणा और मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी के सशक्त नेतृत्व में उत्तराखंड ने इतिहास रचते हुए देश का पहला राज्य बनने का गौरव प्राप्त किया, जहां समान नागरिक संहिता यानी यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड को प्रभावी रूप से लागू किया गया है। ये पहल राज्य में संवैधानिक मूल्यों को सुदृढ़ करते हुए समानता, सामाजिक समरसता और महिला सशक्तिकरण की दिशा में एक दूरदर्शी और प्रभावी कदम के रूप में स्थापित हुई है। इस ऐतिहासिक कानून के सफल क्रियान्वयन का 1 वर्ष पूर्ण होने पर उत्तराखंड सुशासन, समान अधिकार और जन विश्वास की उस यात्रा का उत्सव मना रहा है जो एक संकल्प से शुरू होकर अब एक व्यवस्था में परिवर्तित हो गई है। इस पहल की नींव मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी द्वारा 12 फरवरी 2022 के राज्य विधानसभा चुनावों में जनता से किए गए उस ऐतिहासिक संकल्प से प्रारंभ हुई, जिसे पूरा करने की दिशा में 24 मार्च 2022 को नवगठित सरकार की प्रथम कैबिनेट बैठक में विशेषज्ञ समिति के गठन का निर्णय लिया गया। समिति ने प्रदेश भर में व्यापक संवाद करते हुए नागरिकों से लाखों सुझाव प्राप्त किए और 2 फरवरी 2024 को अपनी विस्तृत रिपोर्ट सरकार को प्रस्तुत की। इसके आधार पर 12 मार्च 2024 को यूसीसी उत्तराखंड अधिनियम 2024 को विधिक स्वीकृति प्रदान की गई और 27 जनवरी 2025 को नियमावली के प्रभावी होने के साथ ये कानून प्रशासनिक और डिजिटल दोनों स्तरों पर पूर्णतः लागू हुआ। इस अधिनियम के अंतर्गत विवाह, वसीयत, तलाक, लिव इन रिलेशनशिप तथा विधिक उत्तराधिकारी घोषणाओं से संबंधित प्रावधानों में सभी नागरिकों के लिए समान और न्याय संगत व्यवस्था सुनिश्चित की गई है। साथ ही महिलाओं के अधिकारों और वरिष्ठ नागरिकों के हितों के संरक्षण पर विशेष ध्यान दिया गया है, जिससे इसकी सार्वभौमिक स्वीकार्यता, प्रशासनिक दक्षता और जन विश्वास को नई मजबूती मिली है। कानून के सफल क्रियान्वयन हेतु 10 दिनों से भी कम समय में 8,500 से अधिक अधिकारियों तथा 7,500 से अधिक कॉमन सर्विस सेंटर संचालकों को प्रशिक्षित किया गया है। इसके साथ ही सहायता एवं तकनीकी परामर्श के लिए राज्यव्यापी मॉक ड्रिल का सफल आयोजन किया गया। इसके परिणाम स्वरूप 1 वर्ष में राज्य पोर्टल पर लगभग 5 लाख आवेदन प्राप्त हुए, जिनमें से 96% का औसतन 5 दिनों से भी कम समय में निस्तारण हुआ। पंजीकरण की गति में उल्लेखनीय वृद्धि हुई है, जहां प्रतिदिन औसतन 1400 से अधिक पंजीकरण दर्ज किए जा रहे हैं। संवेदनशील एवं उत्तरदायी शासन का परिचय देते हुए सरकार ने जनता की आवश्यकताओं के अनुरूप नियमों में समय समय पर आवश्यक संशोधन भी किए, जिससे यूसीसी कानून को और अधिक समावेशी, व्यवहारिक तथा जनहितकारी स्वरूप प्रदान किया जा सके। विकसित भारत 2047 के विजन के अनुरूप विकसित उत्तराखंड की दिशा में समान नागरिक संहिता एक महत्वपूर्ण पहल है, जो समानता और न्याय को प्रशासनिक प्रक्रियाओं में व्यवस्थित रूप से समाहित कर रही है। समान नागरिक संहिता, समानता द्वारा समरसता।
This week on the roundtable, we are taking a look at the danger our country faces from the number of Chinese imports that have been literally dumped onto our country. Our economy is at great risk. What can the budget do about it?
The budget is like an iron dome. It protects our factories, it protects Indian capacities, and we need to defend them from the onslaught that the Chinese economy is doing on India. And it has reached huge proportions, so there is a need for an urgent step to be taken by the union budget.
What I feel is not single measure, there can be multiple measures, but the best way to stop Chinese imports is by raising tariffs. History has shown it.
Welcome back. You're watching Newsx. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. In a massive boost for India's air defence capabilities, the Defence Acquisition Council, chaired by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, has given the nod to procure 114 additional Dassault Rafale fighter jets for the Indian Air Force. This is being hailed as India's biggest ever defence deal, valued at approximately 3.25 lakh crore rupees. The first aircraft are projected to be ready and delivered starting around 2030, with full induction potentially stretching into the mid-2030s, depending on negotiations, technology transfer and production ramp-up. This clearance comes amidst Indian Air Force's squadron shortfall and rising regional threats aiming to enhance air superiority, long-range strike capability and deterrence. It follows high-level talks and is timed ahead of the French President Emmanuel Macron's visit to India. The proposal now moves towards final negotiations, Cabinet Committee on Security approval and contract signing, potentially by late 2026 or early 2027. Joining us live at this point is Major General Sanjay Soy, defence expert. We also have Group Captain UK Devnath, former Indian Air Force officer, live with us. Group Captain VN Jha, former Joint Director of DRDO, is also joining the broadcast. Group Captain MJ Augustine Vinod, former Indian Air Force officer, is with us live as well. Welcome and thank you all for being with us today on Newsx. Let me make a start with you first. Major General Soy, what do you make of this defence deal, the highest of its kind, and the timing of it?
In fact, I would say that this is the need of the hour. Actually, the way our Air Force squadrons numbers were going down, and we are down to 29 out of 42. And again, the Jaguar and Mirage were getting older. And with the threat from Pakistan and China on both the fronts, and the Bangladesh is also not so friendly now. Under these circumstances, I think this is, I would say it is a bit late. It should have been done much earlier. And with this detail, I see few things. Number one, it is a tested weapon system. We had signed the deal in 2015 after carrying out thorough trials, whether it is in -50 or +50 in the altitude or deserts or jungles, all kinds of terrains. Second thing is this has proven its worth in Operation Sindoor and the way we could carry out our operations. And thirdly, since we are going in for similar type of system for Navy, and we already procured 36 Rafales, and we have already ordered 26 Rafales Marine version, and now 114 Rafales. So it will make a ecosystem much better, whether it is a training, whether it is operation, whether it is aircraft, whether it is a simulator, or whether it is a maintenance or parts. Anything and everything will be much easier, unlike what we had different types of aircrafts earlier. So definitely this makes it very, very versatile. At times, question is asked, why go in for 4.5 version instead of 5th generation? I would say that since this has gone through thorough trials, we are used to it. And the out of 114, I think 90 are going to be made in India. That is another advantage. And the Saffron engine, which are going to be part of it, Tata is also planning to make those engines in India. That makes it another feather in the cap, because if things are made in India, definitely it has a totally different connotation. And probably in the long run, the way French Rafale has got the orders, I think India may emerge as a manufacturing hub for some parts, and it will definitely add, since it will be made in India for the MSME sector, for the defense sector, and for the ancillary in India. So I think this is the right time, and this was the need of the hour to sign this deal. Uday Pratap.
Let me take that to you, Group Captain Devnath, because the fact, of course, is, Group Captain Devnath, that it comes a few months after Operation Sindoor. That Operation Sindoor, in fact, in which the Rafales played a very, very crucial role, that has been acknowledged by senior officers of the Indian Air Force, which is why this particular aircraft is going to be an asset for us. And in the number that it's coming, obviously, is the need of the hour, isn't it, Group Captain Devnath?
Uday, definitely Indian Air Force needs a good fighter aircraft, 4.5 generation plus. As we all know, Operation Sindoor only confirmed that Rafale remains a good weapon platform under combat conditions. Indian Air Force had fixed up its, focused its mind on Rafale many years ago. And if there was one aircraft which all Air Force pilots want in our Air Force for coming 3 decades, it will be Rafale. Uday, what has to be understood that all Air Forces cannot have only 5th generation stealth fighter aircraft. Stealth fighter aircraft, 5th generation stealth fighter aircraft are only part of the team. In any cricket team, we can't have only bowlers. Or in any, say, football team, we cannot have only forward players with no backers. There has to be a goalkeeper also. So, 5th generation stealth fighter aircraft will never form 100% or 80% inventory of any Air Force. 5th generation fighter aircraft, like even say F-35, they will make up only 1/3 or 1/4 of inventory of best of the Air Forces in world. Requirement of Indian Air Force was a little peculiar because we have to deal with Pakistan, we have to deal with China, where numbers count. And as rightly brought out earlier, our numbers are dwindling very fast. We need 42 squadrons, we have 29 squadrons. Very soon, 12 squadrons of Jaguar, MiG-29 and Mirage 2000 are being wound up. So, if nothing comes quickly, then we will be left only with 17 fighter squadrons. Very, very precarious situation. Tejas Mark 1A is ready, but HAL has been promising for last 2 years, last 1 year that they will deliver the first Tejas Mark 1A. Entire thing has got mixed up with supply of GE 404 engine from USA. And my estimation is, having spoken to friends at DRDO, that Tejas engine supply, that is GE 404 engine, or in future GE 414 engine supply, will always remain precarious and unpredictable. We don't know what to do after that. Tejas Mark II is just engineering prototype model is there. AMCA is only on drawing board. So, this 114 Rafale will add to the backbone of Indian Air Force. Of course, as a backup, 100 Sukhoi 30s are being modified at a huge cost to Super Sukhoi status. But we definitely need a Rafale quickly. First aircraft will come when? We have to be very, very careful. Today, what has been given is only AON, acceptance of necessity. It just is a one-liner, says, हाँ 114 fighter jahaj le lo. Nothing more than this. Signing a contract in which transfer of technology is also involved takes anywhere between 1 to 3 years minimum. So probably contract will be signed only by 2027, 2028 at an optimistic time frame. Yes, Uday?
Yes, Group Captain Jha, also, the fact is that, this comes ahead of the French president's upcoming visit to India for the India AI Impact Summit. It also comes at a time when India-France relations have been going to new levels under Prime Minister Modi and President Macron. How crucial is the timing of this clearance by the acquisition as well, given the French president's visit?
Well, it is always welcome to start something. And this starting process should have happened, as previous speakers also mentioned, long back. Actually, in 2015, when we had signed the deal for the Rafale 2 squadrons, we were wondering Why only 2 squadrons? Because once you have a fleet, you must have sufficient numbers. Now, 2 squadrons into the Air Force and a squadron and a half, or say for the naval version. So, when we have such aircraft, when we had signed the deal for the naval version of the aircraft, possibly that was the time when we should have also signed for this 112 aircraft, because when you have such aircraft, it becomes so much easier to maintain a similar aircraft. Rafale, whether it is naval version or the Air Force version, by and large, it is the same thing what we are having. So many of the systems, subsystems, engine, their spares, it remains the same. So when you maintain the inventory, when you go down onto the number of the serviceable aircraft, then it becomes so handy when you have the spares of the similar aircraft or the same aircraft at many stations. So it should have been signed at that time, but it is never too late to start with. So now it has started. Of course, it will take a process, but remember, the version that we are going to purchase right now is by and large the same version what we have purchased in what we had signed in 2015, 2016. So not much of exercise, but yes, there will be negotiation process, negotiation on price, negotiation onto the various aspects of how TOT and how many percentage of the components are going to be manufactured in India. Luckily, what Indian Air Force already has, there are indigenous vendors who are producing some of the components. So all these have to be boosted. And being in the R&D, I have also worked in the Tejas. When we were talking of this, I was in the, of course, life support systems and the environmental control. So it becomes so easier if you already have a frozen design. Then making the aircraft, whether it is the airframe part or any other part, avionics part, so it becomes that easier. But I must not take away that when we are talking of Operation Sindoor and this deal acceptance of AON having been there, it doesn't serve the true purpose. It's entirely two different things. Operation is going on. The first aircraft that may come, Rafale, of the new deal could be about 5 years, 6 years, somewhere around that line. Because these price negotiations, the TOT, how much a percentage there, and then there has to be some half of the amount of the money, and some other means have to be there. France has to set up some company here to produce in that. So all those processes are involved. So it will take time, but it is never too late to start with. Secondly, when government had delayed the signing of this process for one reason, that government had a good relation with the US, and they thought that possibly 404 engine coming to the nation should not be too much of a deal. As on today, the production capability of Tejas is almost about 16 to 18 aircraft per year. If the engine was there, this should have gone for last 2 years, and we would have had another at least 2.5, 3 squadrons. And with that rate of production going on, we should not have been in such a precarious position. But we know US is unreliable partner. We are not sure whether 404 engine, as it has been already agreement has been signed, it will be coming in time. So we don't know. We don't know whether 414 engine, for which talks are going on, some agreement have already been signed, will come at all or not. Whether it will see the light of the day, I'm not sure. So there was a need for France to be involved for two reasons. One, that Safran, earlier when PM Modi had visited last year, he had visited Safran factory, and I believe subsequent delegations which had gone there, they have already talked about the necessity of producing engine, which could be a basic platform for subsequent types of aircraft for Atmanirbhar Bharat. That involves Tejas Mark 1, Tejas Mark 2, AMCA, and maybe any other aircraft that may come in the future. Because once you know, once you are skilled and once you have core competence in that engine building up, then you can produce anything. That is the most unfortunate part. I was in the DRDO. I also feel sorry for GTRE failing in that particular engine. So by and large, I must say one thing, that this decision taken is too late, but then it is never too late to start with. I'm
Okay.
sure this will boost up the Indian Air Force
Absolutely.
strength of the nation.
Absolutely. And also, Group Captain Vinod, the fact that, there is a definite timeline within which these aircrafts are going to come. Some of them, of course, are going to be ready to fly aircrafts, but also the fact that a bulk of them is going to be manufactured in India. What will that really mean for our Atmanirbhar mission and our, intrinsic domestic indigenous manufacturing capability?
Madhav, quickly, couple of things. Let's put some records straight. 18 jets are going to be in a flyaway condition, which means it will immediately form at least one squadron of Rafale in India. We have, I think it is 32 or 36 with Indian Air Force and another 26 with the Navy, which is that Rafale M version. And 50 to 60% of the rest of the Rafale of 114 is going to have indigenous content. And 50 to 60% earlier, I remember during Jaguar times, it was by weight of volume. Today, it is going to be by the value, about 50 to 60% of the value. And that 60% of 3.25 lakh crores are going to be spent in India, which will involve a lot of transfer of technology. Now, while we are talking about transfer of technology, it is very important for our viewers to know what this Rafale is all about. I flew the Mirage 2000, the legacy version, and also saw the Mirage 2000 upgrade, which is the current Mirage 2000, upgrade into much different and a much better fighter. For easy explanation, let's assume an aeroplane's shell to be a shopping bag. What you put inside that shopping bag makes the value of that bag. If you don't put anything, or if you put only worth of 100 rupees stuff in the shopping bag, it's worth only 100 rupees. If you put 1000 rupees, it's worth 1000 rupees. Now, what is that 1000 rupees needs to be seen. Rafale, like Devnath sir mentioned, is a 4.5 generation fighter, and it is an omni-role fighter. Now, omni-role is a word it's being bandied about by all and sundry. We need to understand what omni-role is. It has air superiority capability. That means it can sanitize a particular area. It has ground attack capability. It can bomb the hell out of you using scalp, using hammer. It has reconnaissance capability using the EW Paul called the Spectra. Spectra can confuse the enemy. Spectra can take out information of the enemy. It also has the nuclear deterrence capability like the Mirage 2000. The M version will have anti-ship strike. It can reconfigure. You can configure your own weapons onto it like you were doing into Su-30s, because unlike the original, the legacy Mirage 2000, this has the MIL 1553, the standard MIL 1553 bus. People who are talking about source code mil gaya and falana dimkana, that is not true. Standard MIL 1553 bus is a standard protocol. It's like TCP/IP protocol.
Yes.
M88 engine, super cruise capability. These are the things that are going to come into India, which is going to bolster our AMCA capability, because AMCA and this are not apples to apples comparison, because AMCA is going to be 5th plus generation fighter. And a quick word about the stealth capability. When you say stealth, actually stealth is a loosely used word. It is something called low observability. F-35 is 0.01.
But what are the kind of timelines? Because it's very crucial, that the shortfall needs to be filled as soon as possible, Major General Soy. So it's been cleared by the Defence Acquisition Council. What happens next now? How soon are the final modalities, the agreements signed and ready to be actioned? How soon before we begin seeing these aircrafts inducted into the fleet?
Uday, I would say that even if it is signed tomorrow, right, then also it will take minimum 3 to 4 years for first aircraft to come. It is not easy. It is not off the right. Even if they say okay in a flyaway condition, then also it will take 3 to 4 years. Like earlier, which we have signed for Navy, I think that is coming not before 2029. So that is a kind of timeline. Weapon making, aircraft making is a very, very complex procedure. And like if you see this, GE said we can supply only 2 engines in a month. So they have a limitation. And again, they need to expand, and they've got a huge order book after India has signed the first deal. So that's why probably I mentioned earlier that we are already late. Fortunately, at least now we have signed, and a lot of homework has been done. A lot of trials have already been done, and I mean, I would say that this has been tested in Operation Sindhu. So that kind of thing will not be done. It is only the paperwork and negotiations. So, and since again a lot of things would have already undergone, having signed two agreements for the Navy and earlier in 2015, it could be fast tracked in the interest of national interest. However, still France will take time, Rafale will take time to make it physically and for physical delivery. Uday.
All right, let me take that to you then as well, Group Captain Devnath, because obviously now, as far as the domestic manufacturing capability is also concerned, they also need a boost. Will they get that thanks to this Rafale manufacturing program?
Uday, definitely domestic manufacturing will get a boost. Huge amount of investment is needed. Domestic investors have to come up front. Government of India has to pull in its resources, and probably we'll need some foreign finance collaboration also. I foresee a requirement of about 8,000 to 12,000 crore rupees worth of infrastructure to be set up in Nagpur and Hyderabad. Tools, testers, calibration labs, workshops, ground support equipment, manpower has to be trained. What has to be seen that we can't just pull out trained manpower from existing MiG-21 or Sukhoi 30 lines in HAL Nasik or in HAL Bangalore. This entire manpower, whether he is a workman on the shop floor operating a lathe machine, or a highly qualified engineer who is BTech, MTech, a super returned from France and USA, every brick by brick, the HR aspects are going to be hugely complicated. Uday, it is not easy to get people of the caliber who can just walk into the shoe of a GM or engineering perspective, shoes of a CEO of an aeronautical complex. HAL could do it because they had an history of priorly trained, previously available manpower resource. Now, in this case, HAL probably will not part with anyone. Another thing is that the technology which is being worked, which is required for this aircraft, is entirely different from the Russian philosophy of MiG-21, MiG-23, MiG-29 or Sukhoi 30. These people who are coming are practically novice. So we have to hire large number of expertise from other countries, maybe from France. Initially, we need about 40 to 150 engineers who just fly in from France, from Dassault itself, from Safran itself. Yes, Uday?
Yes, indeed. Group Captain Vinod, what makes the Rafale different from other aircrafts, and why have we decided now to up the number of them in our fleet? Is it because of what we saw in Operation Sindhu, or is there more to it?
A couple of things we need to understand, Uday, very, very clearly. First and foremost is we do not have a reliable aircraft as good as the Rafale available in the market, which we can, induct into Indian Air Force. During the selection process, we shortlisted a couple of aeroplanes, and in my base, we were testing out, Eurojet fighter. I flew against it, flew in it. It didn't match up with Rafale. So we shortlisted Rafale after going through, like Dr. Devnath said, going through a long drawn process, firstly. Secondly, what comes with it is very important. And one of the speaker mentioned about it also. Making an engine which can fill or which can fit the form factor of GE 404 and 414 for our further program of the Tejas Mark II as well as AMCA. That is very important for us as far as Atmanirbhar Bharat is concerned, because that engine is going to be made here. The Safran is putting up the factory here along with Indian partners. So that then we won't be held to ransom the way we are held to ransom right now for GE engines. That in itself is a very big deal for us, because that will, propel our, Atmanirbharta over a decade down the road. Probably we all will be very old and dead and gone, but you will be, in your ripe age and looking at that happening in front of you, when we will be probably selling aeroplanes to other countries like Rafale is being sold to us. For that, the stepping stone is this particular DAC AON. I'm telling you this, and mark my words. This is going to be a very big deal for us. The underlying things that is coming with this Rafale. Another thing that is coming with this Rafale is wonderful electronic warfare capability, which we will take at least half a decade to reach where we have to reach. So these are two
All
things.
right, I'm out of time, I'm afraid. Group Captain Jha, 30 seconds to you. Last word.
Just last word. One thing we must make clear for all your people who are listening to us. There are two different things. One is the investment, what France is going to make it here, and in the production of the TOT. One thing is the aircraft equipment or aircraft systems being produced here under TOT. Another thing is the offset clause. Now, if the entire value is 2 lakh crore rupees or something like that plus, so 1 lakh crore plus has to be the offset value of something being produced here. That could be aircraft components, aircraft parts, as well as anything else. So that offset leaving apart, the TOT component of the aircraft which is going to be produced here is going to be crucial. On that, negotiation will take time, and it must be very, exploring negotiation that is going to be there. And last but not the least, this aircraft is always welcome, because we were thinking that we must have at least 6 to 7 squadrons of this aircraft, even in 2015 that we are talking of. So welcome. This is a good step.
Absolutely. Well, let's leave it at that. My thanks to our guests for joining us on the broadcast. We've run out of time. Let's slip into a short break.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
जब 25 साल के प्रत्युष का किडनी का ऑपरेशन हुआ तो पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने हॉस्पिटल पहुंचकर 12 लाख का क्लेम अप्रूव करवाने में पूरी हेल्प की। पॉलिसी बाजार पर 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च, सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
कार इंश्योरेंस डन।
पॉलिसी बाजार से कराया?
नहीं।
तो तू ज़ीब्रा नहीं हो सकता।
मतलब?
अगर पॉलिसी बाजार से कार इंश्योरेंस कंपेयर करके लेता तो 12,000 रुपए तक बचा सकता था। इसलिए तू ज़ीब्रा तो नहीं है, तू है
गधा।
काइंड ऑफ।
This week on the roundtable, we are taking a look at the danger our country faces from the number of Chinese imports that have been literally dumped onto our country. Our economy is at great risk. What can the budget do about it?
The budget is like an iron dome. It protects our factories, it protects Indian capacities, and we need to defend them from the onslaught that the Chinese economy is doing on India. And it has reached huge proportions, so there is a need for an urgent step to be taken by the union budget.
What I feel is not single measure, there can be multiple measures, but the best way to stop Chinese imports is by raising tariffs. History has shown it. We must raise tariffs as per the WTO agreements.
Welcome back. You're watching Newsx. I'm Udar Pratap Singh. Breaking news coming in this hour. A security footage has been surfacing online from Shanghai that shows a busy stretch of road suddenly collapsing, creating a huge sinkhole and swallowing parts of nearby structures within seconds. Shanghai is prone to subsidence due to soft soil, groundwater extraction and intense construction. Additionally, data from 2017 to 2023 shows 72% of sinkholes in China were linked to human activity. Arzu Seth is joining us for more details on this story. Arzu, what can you share with us from Shanghai?
Well, yes, security cameras have recorded the moment a large sinkhole suddenly opened on a busy road in Shanghai, China, also soiling a significant section of the carriageway, damaging nearby structure, and also the footage shows the road, surface caving in within seconds and leaving behind a deep and wide crater. And also Shanghai has long faced risk of land subsidence due to its soft soil conditions, and also what the experts have attributed such incident to a combination of factors including extensive and excessive groundwater extraction, thin and land layer beneath the surface, underground voids created by construction activity, and also aging infrastructure. And these conditions can trigger collapse ranging from small potholes to major sinkholes, and this is one of the major sinkholes that can clearly be seen in the visuals that we are showing on our television screens. And also that was a busy road where the sinkholes has happened. The latest incident has renewed concern about the infrastructure safety in densely populated urban areas. Also, if we talk about previous cases also highlight similar risk. In January 2024, a road in Shanghai district reportedly sank by about 10 meters following a sewage pipe failure. So that time no casualties were reported in that incident, and now once again such similar incident has been reported. And also, what I like to mention that data from 2017 to 2023 indicates that around 72% of the
Absolutely. More breaking news meanwhile also coming in now from the Prime Minister's residence. PM Narendra Modi has interacted with elected BJP Panchayat members, municipality members and corporation members from across Kerala at his residence, 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Manohar Kestri joins us for more on this story. Manohar, is this meeting currently on at the PM residence? Manohar, are you being able to hear me? All right, I think we've lost that connection, it seems, with Manohar Kestri. But these are the big details we are tracking on the broadcast. News, of course, coming in from the Prime Minister's residence. PM Narendra Modi has interacted with elected BJP Panchayat members, municipality members as well as corporation members from across Kerala at his residence, 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. I believe Sanjay is joining us now on the broadcast. Sanjay, is this meeting still on? Who all are attending? Sanjay, can you hear me? All right, we are having some trouble, it seems, also with Sanjay's connection as well. Okay, more news coming in now. In a shocking turn that has sparked widespread outrage, the Kanpur Lamborghini crash case has now taken a dramatic twist. Shivam Mishra, son of prominent tobacco baron KK Mishra, has been arrested 4 days after his high-speed Lamborghini Revuelto worth over 10 crore rupees crashed into an auto rickshaw, a motorcycle and pedestrians on VIP road, injuring 6 people. Police allege Shivam was behind the wheel, fled the scene and attempted to shift blame by presenting a dummy driver who later surrendered. CCTV footage and eyewitnesses reportedly placed him in the driver's seat. with bouncers rushing to pull him out post-crash. An initial FIR named an unknown person, fueling claims of a fake case and cover-up by his influential family. After days on the run, reportedly hiding in a hospital, Shivam was arrested today and produced in court, but in a move critics are calling a mockery of justice. He was granted bail within hours on a personal bond of just 20,000 rupees. Even as he reportedly argued his own case, is 5 hours of punishment, or rather just hours in custody, enough for a super crash that left 6 injured, is the big question. Joining us is Dr. PSV Rao, consultant surgeon, Manipal Hospital, Hebal, Bengaluru. Sanjay Sahai, former IPS officer, also joins us live. Ashwini Dubey, AOR Supreme Court, is joining us on the broadcast. Brinda Dike, social activist, is also with us on the program. Sanjay Sahai, finally the police have acted. They have arrested the brat who was allegedly driving this VIP vehicle, this supercar. But why did it take them so long? Sanjay Sahai is the big question.
Yeah, so they started the case with unknown driver and finally identified based on CCTV and circumstantial evidence. Why they took 4 days to arrest this person, I think only the Kanpur police will be able to answer, because it is no rocket science to either locate him either in Kanpur or in Delhi, and for whatever claims was being made by the family of that Sam Mohan was on the steering wheel and all those stories, and the court did not agree for surrender of Mohan. So might be there was some alibi which was being created in the meantime, for which I have the SHO of that particular police station for procedural lapses has been suspended. So after 4 days, might be they realized that there is no other way out but to arrest Shivam, and that is how the arrest was made. But there has been procedural lapses, and it should not take so much of a time. The other facet, which we'll get into in a further question, that the offences have been bailable. The vehicle involved is a costly vehicle, luxury, has been a brat, but the offences which have finally come out, or what is legally recorded and which has physically happened, are bailable offences.
Okay, let me take that to you as well now, Dr. PSV Rao, as to why this pattern is being seen across India of these cases involving supercars, super vehicles, being driven rashly, and incidents like this, which unfortunately show how the system often bows to VIP privilege and power.
Yes, this is a major problem of super rich brats. See, they are given sometimes even below the age of 18 such cars. These cars are not suitable for Indian roads because they have maximum speeds going up to 350 to 450 kilometers per hour. And secondly, these cars have 6 to 8 cylinders, are extremely heavy, about 2 tons. Now, the momentum of any object is the weight into the speed. So if you have both weight and speed, you can imagine the momentum of these vehicles. They will crash through anything and everything, any kind of obstruction. Now you allow such vehicles without speed controllers on Indian roads. You are asking for trouble. Even on abroad on superb roads, they don't. There are speed limits around 120, 130, 150, like that. Now, human reaction is too slow for speeds above 120 kilometers. In case you hit a bad patch, a road, any kind of obstruction or any kind of ice or water on the road, slippery surfaces, any of these conditions, you will lose control. Or if there is a tire burst or any of these kind of unexpected events, the human reaction is too slow above 120. This is why many cars have a bleeping sound above 120 kilometers, above 80 kilometers, and it becomes continuous after 120 kilometers. This is the scientific reason behind it. Now, these kids don't have any value for either the money or the car, because it is their parent who has given them this kind of cars. And when the incident happens, it is the parents who then use all their wealth and influence to suppress the whole case. to avoid samples being taken to find out if that person is, if that boy is drunk or he has taken drugs. So the blood samples, if you remember the Pune Porsche case, the mother even got the samples, she gave her blood sample instead of the son's blood sample. So this is how investigation is derailed. You influence the police, you influence the whole investigation of the case, and you suppress
Yes.
the whole thing. And the person gets away. It is the poor
Yes.
victims on the road who get affected. Yes.
You know, because Ashwini Dubey, what often happens in such cases is that someone else is, you know, put up as the alleged driver. Now it then becomes the onus on the police and the law enforcement agencies to actually come to the reality, the actuality, the truth of what happened. And that's something that seems to have happened here, where despite you know, a driver surfacing and saying that he was the one driving, the police still finally now today, on the 4th day after the crime, have arrested Shivam Mishra. And now how this case plays out further is obviously going to be watched by many people.
That's the mockery of the judicial process and our criminal justice system. Why I would say, first, the police should have registered the case for the culpable homicide. Police did not register the case. Rather, police registered the case under the simple provisions of the BNS, like rash and negligent driving, and also 125A, endangering life or personal safety of others. To the Supreme Court, time and again, and even the BNSS also says that if any offense involving the punishment for 7 years or less, the notice under the provisions of section 35 subsection 3 is mandatory to be served to an accused. That should have been avoided if the FIR would have been registered under stringent provisions. 3, in a criminal case, each second is very important. Collection of evidence, preservation of evidence, taking it to the logical end. Here, the chain is missing. 4th, shifting the blame game, as you said, that would be decided by the court at a later stage, when court will evaluate those evidences prima facie. What the court sees before trial, because 3 stages of a criminal case: suspect stage, accused stage, and convict stage. Here the case, if it is ranking between the suspect stage, that who is the Mishra is the person who was driving the vehicle, or the Pawan was driving the vehicle, that the police must have ensured that there are relevant, credible evidences ensuring that the vehicle was driven by Mishra. If the family members alleges, though at this stage the statement of accused is not relevant. Relevant is what has been collected by the police during the investigation. In that situation, police are not prompt enough to arrest, because he is not a passerby or rickshaw puller or a small man. He is a man of 1,000 crore rupees, and his father has an empire. Now, we have not learned anything from past. Pune case we have discussed, Porsche case we have discussed, the BMW case we have done, number of cases we have discussed in past. What happens ultimately? Ultimately, taking the benefit of our judicial criminal justice delivery system and loopholes, they often come out. Now tomorrow, after 5 years, if Uday, you would recall this matter, and if you will try to find out that what has happened, you will find that Shivam Mishra has been clearly acquitted from the court of law in this case. This happens quite enough in these kind of cases. That is why 106, which is very relevant, transporters started protesting all over the country, saying that if 106 you will put, then in that situation, and if we flee from the place of incident, then we will not be able to save ourselves. There will be mob lynching and other things. That would have been correctly been in place, then Shivam Mishra would not have been gone there. Killing somebody, fleeing from the spot, that itself would have been an offense. And I urge through this show to the Home Minister of this country that the ban which you have put, you must lift it immediately to ensure that citizens does not die. And one Mishra has come because he was driving such a heavy vehicle. Uday, I belong to the area, Singrauli, where 20,000 trucks plying every day on the road. Road was constructed in 1960, coal carrying vehicles killing people every day. every day in the police station, but that has not those lives are not in value. And 106 would have played, then definitely those accidents would have come. Now, I belong to the place where the highest accidents take place in Singrauli, because coal transporters are plying the vehicle. There is no mechanism, and every life has a value in police station where they're negotiating, because the life of every individual is fixed. The price of every individual is fixed. So that is why the 106 was the right option, which was banned. Now, fourth and important point, Uday, in these kind of cases, there should be the fast track court. The compensation only is not an issue. The logical punishment would also be, deterrent punishment will also be a guiding force where the people would not commit this kind of offenses. What cylinder the car has, nobody can stop it, because that depends on the capacity of a person, and there is no embargo. It's an individual's fundamental right to going on the road. But it's a fundamental right of that person also, rickshaw puller also. And the police has to ensure that the law and order is not violated. If violated in these kind of situations, then they would have been arrested very soon. वो सीसीटीवी लगाने का फायदा क्या उदय? जिस पुलिस इस ऐसे लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का फायदा कि जब आप कहते हैं कि देश में you consider yourself one of the best police force in the country, then you must ensure that the people like Shiva Mishra is arrested on the very next day, and you have slapped the cases for culpable homicide.
Okay.
Why fix a case for rash and negligent driving? If it is so,
absolutely. And you know what is unfortunate is that it takes so long to arrest him, and within hours, I think it took 4 days to arrest him. Within 4 hours, he's out on bail, Brinda DK.
That's why.
What are the victims to make of it? What are the victims to make of it? Brinda DK.
What will the victims make of it? These are poor people who have been on the street for their livelihood, and this guy, rash driving, impunity, he knows he will get away, because I'm sure this might not have been his first accident. But why are we not holding the police accountable? Why is it that the police thought they could get away? Technology today is telling them, witnesses are telling them that this was not the driver who was behind the wheels, it was the Shiva Mishra. But because his father is a tobacco baron, the police are scared of this man. So what is this we talk about on a daily basis? Mother of democracies, Sabka Vikas. It is not Sabka Vikas, and it is not Sabka Safety. Vikas and safety is only for the rich and influential. All the others, like the earlier panelists pointed out, a rate is fixed for that life. The livelihood is gone. They are in the hospital. What is the compensation that must be given and when? So there is no fast track court. Often we see, even if a lower court gives the maximum punishment, brings the case to a logical conclusion, the people have money, so they will appeal to the higher court. And we have the high courts and the Supreme Courts actually diluting everything. So is it the ego of the higher courts that has got hurt? And that is why there is no justice for ordinary citizens? Or is it that the courts have no regard for the law itself? I'm not looking into the clauses and the sections that must be brought back inside, brought back into activation. I'm asking a simple question. There was a hit, there were people who got hurt. Our understanding as ordinary citizens is police know who is right, who is wrong, who's the culprit, and who has got hurt. And that is the trust and faith and confidence we have in the police to say they will register a case accordingly. If not today, tomorrow I will get justice. But imagine the police being in nexus. And that is something we can't fight anywhere. Because until the police put down all your sections and establish that investigation over there with the evidence, what is the prosecutor going to be doing? If the prosecutor has nothing to argue over there, already in this particular case, I'm glad for once that the court said, bring me the culprit. I will not accept this. This affidavit is unacceptable. The person being presented, the driver, is not going to be someone whom I'm going to try. Bring that person. Now, if that court had not put their foot down, Kanpur police would have wallowed in all of this corruption. And the poor people who got injured, struggling, the whole families are struggling in the hospitals. They don't have the time and wherewithal to run to court.
Yes.
So glad that there was this courageous judge Because today it is so shameful to tell 79 years down the line, courageous judge, learned judge, a judge who applies his or her mind to that case. And these are the people we
No, we have to see how
citizens
this case will progress, Sanjay Sai. We have to keep a close eye on how this case will progress as to what will happen next, of course, in the hearings and also in the police's investigation, because this should become an example case. Hopefully then lessons will be learned in other parts of the country, but will they? That is the big question, Sanjay Sai.
See, the question is that each of these accident cases, though it comes from the rich and the brat and all that, each case is different from a criminal investigation point of view. Where the lapses have occurred in this case is where you have an unidentified driver from where we start. But it was the police who finally said that the driver is Shivam and nobody else, based on CCTV footage and the circumstantial evidence. And any effort to prop up Mohan as the actual driver of the case, I think even on the second day, even before the arrest was made, it was openly told by the police at the inspector level and the DCP level that this is the person who has indulged into this. Initially, the procedural lapses, I think SHO was supposed to pay for that. And these 4 days of delay, I don't think there is anybody who is able to substantiate, and it cannot be substantiated only when the accused is somewhere between Delhi and Kanpur and all that. With regards to this case, let's be very, very clear about the fact that these are bailable offences. From where this whole argument of culpable homicide is coming, I'm not aware of. So these are the injuries, simple injuries they are there. These are the bailable offences. And as per the bailable offences, where the punishment can be, punishment is not beyond 7 years. So they are entitled to bail, and first the notice needs to be given, and whatever the hurry in which the courts have given it, it is a bailable offence. I don't think they are left with any other choice but to give a bail. Now the issue is, where the issue is whether this fellow wanted to get away from the whole case, and secondly, whether he was competent enough to manage or damage the evidence. Now, these are the 2 points on which bail is not granted. One is primarily the risk of this fellow fleeing, and the second is if he is able to tamper evidence, and the court in its own judgment have found that these two issues don't arise, primarily for the reason that the car was brought and handed over to the police, or the police was able to seize, and there have been procedural lapses with the SHO. Now, which is of critical importance is the fact that predictability and time, that is very, very important. This is a simple case from a criminal investigation point of view, from a brat point of view, procedural lapses and variety of other points. These are certainly very, very disturbing things. Coming to criminal investigation as such, this case can be investigated and it can be put on trial in just around 8 to 10 days time. And if there is a fast track court which gets into the act and finally delivers justice, even if it is for 3 years of punishment, of imprisonment, if it is handed over within 10 days time, it will make a great amount of difference. But as our esteemed lawyer on the panel is talking about the 5 years down the line, I don't think we will be there to discuss this case again, and might be, if it is delayed by 5 years, justice is certainly denied.
Yes, it is indeed, and the system must wake up, Dr. Rao. The system needs to wake up so that such brats do not get the impunity and have a fear of the law, Dr. Rao. That is the big question.
See, if you are buying a 10 crore car or one of these really expensive cars, I see no reason why the government can't insist that the technology, which there are safety technologies which have come in. There are speed controllers which can, through the GPS system or whatever other system you want, can limit the speed to the speed limits in that particular area. This is available. This is technology which is available. It will limit it to whatever speed limit has been set in that case. Second, the devices are available which will not permit the car to start if till the driver inhales into that system and it checks if he is on alcohol or drugs, the car won't start.
So vehicle manufacturers also have an onus, is what you're saying. Vehicle manufacturers of these supercars also have an onus apart from others in the system. All right, my thanks to all of our guests for joining us. We've run out of time. More breaking news, in fact, also coming in now. Taking to social media, leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi has stated that whether an FIR is filed, a case is registered or a privilege motion is moved, he will continue his fight against what he calls anti-farmer Modi government. He has also slammed the trade deal, claiming this deal takes away farmers' livelihoods.
नमस्कार। कल मैंने कहा कि जो किसान है वो हिंदुस्तान की नींव है, फाउंडेशन है, और फूड सिक्योरिटी के लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी और हिंदुस्तान लड़ी थी। नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने हमारी फूड सिक्योरिटी, हमारे किसानों को धोखा दिया है। यूएस के साथ डील करके उन्होंने कपास के किसानों को, सोया के किसानों को, सेब के किसानों को, फल के किसानों को बेच दिया है। हिंदुस्तान की कृषि मार्केट पर सालों से विदेश के लोग कब्जा मारने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने उनके लिए दरवाजा खोला है। ये सच्चाई है, वो भी जानते हैं, मैं भी जानता हूं। क्यों खोला है? क्योंकि उन पे गले पर चोट लगा रखा है। डोनाल्ड ट्रंप ने नरेंद्र मोदी की लगाम पकड़ी हुई है। मक्का, कपास, सोयाबीन और फल, ये शुरुआत है। नरेंद्र मोदी पूरी कृषि मार्केट के दरवाजे खोलेंगे अपने मित्रों के लिए, अदानी अंबानी जैसे लोगों के लिए, विदेशी ताकतों के लिए। भारत के किसान और पूरा देश जानता है कि नरेंद्र मोदी किसान विरोधी है। वो अपने मित्रों की मदद करता है। पहले भी वो काले कानून लाए थे, अब उन्होंने विदेशी ताकतों के लिए दरवाजा खोल दिया है।
Anand Singh joins us for more on this story. Anand, Rahul Gandhi has continued his attacks on the Modi government and also said he's not scared of any cases or any privilege motions against him.
Yeah, well, look, the way in which Rahul Gandhi has now issued a video statement clearly stating that whether an FIR is filed against him or a privilege motion is moved against him, he is not going to budge. As in the India-US trade deal, he alleged that how Prime Minister has been choked by the foreign powers and how he has opened the windows for the foreign players to enter into the Indian agricultural market. As he alleged that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has completely sold out the Indian farmers, as he mentioned that how the farmers, vegetable farmers especially, and how the farmers of cotton, soybean or apple and other fruits, they have been opened to the foreign players. So clearly he has done this for some of his businessman friends as well as for foreign powers, as some foreign countries have been trying to enter Indian agriculture market, but this was not opened earlier, and earlier we have seen that how 3 farm laws were brought to target the farmers, but now the market have been opened for foreign players. So clearly he is not going to back down, and he will stand with the farmers and he will fight for them. So this is what Rahul Gandhi has said and reiterated a day after he mentioned these lines also in Lok Sabha. Back to you then.
All right, I appreciate you joining us, Anand, with those details. On that note, a quick break.
MDH कसूरी मेथी लाजवाब है।
स्वाद और सुगंध इसकी
लाजवाब है।
अगर MDH कसूरी मेथी नहीं डाला
तो खाली हाथ मलते रह जाओगे।
एक एक पत्ता हाथ से चुना, स्वाद और सुगंध जगाए कई गुना।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
कार इंश्योरेंस डन।
पॉलिसी बाजार से कराया?
नहीं।
तो तू ज़ीब्रा नहीं हो सकता।
मतलब?
अगर पॉलिसी बाजार से कार इंश्योरेंस कंपेयर करके लेता तो 12,000 रुपए तक बचा सकता था। इसलिए तू ज़ीब्रा तो नहीं है, तू है
गधा।
काइंड ऑफ।
लाल रंग इसका अपार, तीखा कम है फिर भी स्वाद। बेमिसाल MDH कश्मीरी।
MDH कश्मीरी।
MDH।
कार इंश्योरेंस डन।
पॉलिसी बाजार से कराया?
नहीं।
तो तू ज़ीब्रा नहीं हो सकता। कार नई हो या पुरानी, पॉलिसी बाजार पे कंपेयर करके खरीदो और 30,000 तक बचाओ। इसलिए तू ज़ीब्रा तो नहीं है, तू है
गधा।
काइंड ऑफ।
Hello and welcome to We Women Want. This is our weekly show where we discuss women's issues, we celebrate the winners, we find support for those who need help and solutions. But today I have a very special panel with me. Today is the day where we look inwards and also do a bit of flashback, for it is throwback time, and I have with me a panel of anchors who were there from the Doordarshan days. Yes, when it all began. So they're going to tell us about the good old days, what it was like then, and what they feel about the changes they see now. Joining me on the panel today is Usha Albuquerque, Komal G.V. Singh, Rini Simon, Sangeeta Bedi, and Mayuri Agarwal. All faces you've seen on TV, grown up with some of them, you've seen TV changing, they've seen the changes that have been brought in also. So, first of all, welcome to this conversation, and I'm so happy to have all of you on the show today. And Ushaji, I'd like to begin with you first, your memories of what it was like in the olden days. For instance, I've noticed most of you all have worn saris, which is one reason why I also wore a sari. Was that the dress code? Were you told what kind of a particular sari to wear, a certain kind? What was it like?
I don't think we were told anything.
Those were the days.
Yes, it was just expected of you, and those were the days when we were wearing saris because that was more formal, and we wanted to look good on camera, so we did that. And you mentioned good old days. I'd like to say that those were really good old days. I really, when you think back about it, when I see television today, I really think that those were the good old days. That's when you got real news. And we felt good having to deliver that. So I think it was a different era.
So how was it like, Komalji, the news-wise, there was you were given a script that had to be cleared by the ministry, I mean, or was it something, how did the news happen?
No, not by the ministry. We had an editorial team in the newsroom, so you had an editor. And of course, we were given a script, but when you talk, Priya, first of all, thank you so much for inviting us here, and we've had this opportunity to be together also. So it was straitjacketed in the sense the news was given to us. It was written by an editor. When I started reading, which was 1977, the visuals were very few. Doordarshan didn't quite have the infrastructure. So we had a lot of copies. So we read and read and read. And the visuals were, and we were black and white at that time. So the infrastructure was limited. And we dressed according to what we thought was okay. We had no playback, at that time. So we really couldn't even monitor our own bulletins or anything. And so it was a question of, well, you sink or swim. But, there were very challenging times, but the family of newscasters and the editors and the production assistants and the producers, I mean, we really worked together as a team and delivered our very best under those circumstances. And I would say the key word was we had almost no technology compared to today. Really no Google, no nothing, no net.
Teleprompters?
Teleprompter came in much later, and I was fortunate to read the first bulletin on the teleprompter.
Oh,
yeah, it was several years later. And that was possibly the first technology,
that was brought into the newsroom.
Yeah, and it went from local to national, national to color, and then color to teleprompter.
Black and white days. I want to talk to you about that also in the next round. But Rini, your first impression of, what you remember from the days then, and
black and white.
Black and white. You were there, black and white time?
Yes, I began.
So we have people here from the 70s onwards, right?
Yeah. So black and white. Black and white changed to color in '82 when we had the Asian Games. So I joined in '84, but not entire telecast of Doordarshan was in color. So you had the Parliament news, which was still in black and white. You had the main news, which was in color, but the rest of the bulletins and sections of the programming was in black and white. So we had both things. But talking about teleprompters, as Komal mentioned, I mean, we had the scratch board of teleprompters where you had a camera on overhead taking your script as it is, not the fancy technology that you have today where you type in your script and it comes and people can edit it while they're on air and things like that. So yeah, I mean, technology wise, we've seen it evolve. We've managed to run with the rabbit and run with the horses, as it were. So in that sense, I think the newsreader was someone who was capable of adapting to whatever was thrown at them. So you had a script that was there, but you were expected to know your stuff before you went in to read that script, so that you could make the corrections as you're going on.
And not always.
Yeah, not always, but you had to be prepared to make those corrections. There was no way that you could go on without knowing what was going on that sheet.
And there was no breaking news, so you were not hit by the unexpected. Or
There was breaking news.
There was
Yeah, but there was breaking news, but it was actual breaking news. Now it's everything is breaking news.
Thanks for that.
It was a real disaster or an emergency or something that was really huge for it to be breaking news.
Okay.
And we used to be handed over a paper, or a board on which you had this breaking news, and so
or it was a disaster. Like I remember the time when I went in. That was the day President Zia-ul Haq of Pakistan's flight was crashed, and the whole newsroom was in turmoil. Nobody knew what to write, what to bring in. And I remember Suneet and I were there, and there was no papers had come, nothing had come, news was coming in, somebody would bring a paper, take it back, something else would come in. So there was, those kind of things, times when we
news
had...
was evolving on air.
Wow.
But in most times, we got a little time to go through the script.
Sangeeta, your first memories and...
I'll take up from where Rini left off first. So there was real breaking news, and that was the attack on Parliament. And I happened to be on duty, and I had finished doing the bulletin in the morning, and there was a break for a few hours for the afternoon bulletin to come on. But this happened around 11ish, and I was busy somewhere else having a cup of coffee. So first they had to hunt for me, and then it was live breaking news where no one knew whether it was a terrorist attack or what. And there was no technology to help us, to give us any kind of guidance whatsoever. So there was signaling, and there were a few pieces of scrap which would come to me saying that, this is what you could say next. But even I didn't know. So it was actually evolving at the moment, and you just took it as it came. But I too started at the time when it was sort of a hybrid system, black and white. So I read the Parliament news in black and white and the main bulletins in English. And there's one thing which strikes me all the time, which is that today, it's not a news bulletin. It's called a show. It's a show. And when we were there, it was a straight-jacketed bulletin, which didn't mean it had to be deadpan. But of course, sometimes there would be interviews. But most of the time, it was this script, which you read out to the best of your ability and communicated, and were not performing like many anchors.
So it was news, not views, basically.
It was news and not views.
In fact, today we have shows called Dangal, because, so you know what kind of the akhada politics that news is really getting into. But Mairi, your first, your memories or something that you like to share about those days?
So I started with All India Radio and then progressed into...
a lot of you are radio to TV, except
yes,
Sangeeta perhaps who went the other way around.
Into television around 1992. And at that time, the teleprompter had come in, and so it was a little bit of getting used to. But we were about, I think, Doordarshan had just allowed people to join. Otherwise, they were not taking on more news readers. So we were about 14,000 applicants, and 3-4 of us got selected. So it was very nice. It was a great kick because I was just out of college, and there I was reading the news. So I had to be in a sari to try and look older and to look more mature, and people whom I had with the border and that whole look.
Was that the look?
And I had looked up to most of the news anchors, and I had watched them over the years in my growing years, and now they were my colleagues. So it was a huge compliment, and it was a great honor to be on TV and with all of them.
That's true. In fact, just remembering the times when, what to wear, how to wear, is there a difference between black and white and color, as in what to wear?
Oh, yes. I remember I started in Madras. It used to be called Madras in those days, now Chennai, in 79 or so. And it was black and white. And I went through the same thing, audition and an entrance test, and there were just two, Shashi Kumar, some of you might remember, Shashi and myself were selected, and then we started. But then there was no training after that. You were just put in and told to go. But the strange thing was then, the cameras were such that they could only take certain kind of
angles.
Yes, angles and certain kinds of textures. So, I remember I wore a sari with those Madras checks, which I thought was very nice. The moment the cameraman saw me, he said, no, you can't. And there was no time. So they rushed to the the costume room, they just brought some sari, plain one, and they just put it on my lap and put it over, and it was good to go because you know it didn't show, and it was a black and white, so it didn't matter if it didn't match the color or anything like that. So I remember that time as being the black and white era. And then I moved to Bombay, where again it was black and white, and we were again, because those were all regional centers where we were doing the news from. Of course, since Doordarshan started with the National, I joined the National in 87 when I came to Delhi, and I've been there since.
And you remember, Usha, there was a time we were asked to wear blue, and at other times we were asked not to wear blue.
That was because
of the chroma. Yeah, the backdrop.
Yes.
I was mostly told not to wear blue. I can't remember the time when you were actually told
allowed
to wear blue.
We were allowed to wear blue at one point,
so
I remember.
by and large, clothes were not a major. You just did whatever you felt most would look good.
Comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, there were probably some rules that you can't wear flashy and, jazzy colors and,
And even jewelry, I remember they would say don't wear
Jewelry
dangling
would
earrings.
mess with the sound, I think. Also.
As simple as you can be, and with the least amount of distraction on yourself.
Which I think
exactly.
which is us voluntarily.
So you wouldn't find those newsreaders ever wearing danglers or flashy jewelry,
heavy kind of jewelry or clothes,
except for one flower. Which
only.
That's the only exception.
And a natural one.
And a natural one, yes.
But talking about saris, I mean, I think it was easiest in the black and white era because you could just be wearing a T-shirt and you could drape on
and
anything,
any color,
any color would
any
go,
color T-shirt,
right? But I also remember times when we were called in, at least I was called in at the last minute because I lived nearby. And if there was, some sort of a breakdown wherein the newsreader hadn't reached or was not able to read or, for some reason or the other, I would be called, and then I would probably be just rushing with maybe a T-shirt and jeans, and I would drape a shawl or a dupatta or something on top, and you'd get only this frame. So you get to see only this and a sleeve. So you would be good to go with just that. So
talking of that shot, I had both my pregnancies on television, and you just couldn't make out. So it was very nice because it was cropped.
Actually, I went through something similar of what Rini mentioned. In fact, I was running a fever and I was kind of at home and sleeping, etc. And then suddenly my mother comes and she says, there's a desperate call. The newsreader hasn't shown up and the producer wants to speak to you. And this was 20 minutes away from being on air. So perhaps there was some slip up. And I lived absolutely next door, down Parliament Street on Sansad Marg. So I remember, driving there, not being able to comb my hair. They said, we have a sari waiting for you. Just wear your blouse, but just come. And in 20 minutes, before I knew, in 20 minutes, without makeup, without everything, I was on air. But it was very kind. The Doordarshan Kendra boss the next day sent me this gorgeous letter saying that, it was very nice of you to have done that. But there would be no other way. I mean, of course I was going to do it.
I have similar when I arrived for a morning news. And, the Hindi news normally came in the morning before that and followed by the English. I arrived and the newsreader who was supposed to read the Hindi hadn't turned up. So the news editor came to me and he said, producer came and said, can you read Hindi? I said, no. I said, I can just about speak Hindi. I can read and write it. But I said, I've never done news. No, you tried. Nothing. Koi badi baat nahi hai. Like, you could. I was so nervous. I said, no. First I thought about it, then I said, no way.
So the same thing, or did you then read it?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
I have to say, I
did.
chickened out.
I was reminded of this, yes. So I used to live in Swaminagar, which is close to the City Fort Studios. And I got a call. I was on duty for the English Bulletin, which was, a couple of hours later. And so this, I can't remember whether it was a producer and asking me, kaun si class tak Hindi padhi hai? So I said, oh, what's this? So I said, 10th. Kyun? Jaldi se aa jao. And I actually ended up reading the Hindi bulletin, but I could manage only 2/3 of it. Because, I couldn't read it as fast as I would have read the English bulletin. So maybe one of the key news items never went on air. I don't know, but I pulled it through somehow.
But okay, I'm going to take a break. But what I'm finding very interesting about this conversation is also how well you all speak. You know, everybody's so articulated, the voices are well modulated. It's like a very pleasant conversation that we're having. So I'm going to keep this up, but after a quick break.
जब घर का कमाने वाला चला जाता है तो वक्त के साथ शायद उसके जाने का दुख कम हो जाए, लेकिन एक मिडिल क्लास फैमिली फाइनेंशियली टूट जाती है। फैमिली के लिए अपना फर्ज निभाओ। पॉलिसी बाजार पर 2 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 700 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
Hello and welcome back to We Women Want. Today we are in conversation with anchors from the Doordarshan era. We're talking about how it was really in the good old days as they were, you know. But Rini, first of all, why are you not wearing a sari?
I thought well, you know, I normally wear saris.
I know, I've seen you only in saris, and I was
so I thought that, okay, take a break.
Take a break.
And since I'm not on Doordarshan,
could you go on Doordarshan wearing that?
Today maybe, but then no. I mean, there are a lot of these unwritten, unspoken rules. You were expected to be in a sari. You were expected to be in a particular way. So yeah, but you know, I mean, coming back to, you know, what you were talking about, the good old days, I'd also like to kind of mention that today you have news shows which are only one particular event. Yeah, I mean, all of us have done. All of us have done bulletins which were hardcore news and covered from national to international and a gamut of topics and gamut of events. So, you know, it was wholesome. It was something that, you know, you would sit to watch and say, okay, you know, you're going to, you know, make up on everything that's happened around the world. You are up to date. You're checking on things that, you know, have happened and what is the latest update. Today, no more. Today you have to actually read. You have to actually read, you know, in print or read on the net. To find out what has happened in some
parts what's really making the news.
Yeah.
In fact, most bulletins were devised like that. There would be a sports section, you know, there would be a soft story, and there'd be, of course, the lead story and so on and so forth. Most of the bulletins
it was not just political.
No, it wasn't just a bulletin.
No, but what is happening now is that we have a half for one event, but we have a half for sports, we have a half for Bollywood. So, you know, it's because now it's 24 hours.
But the coverage is not as good.
That time
the coverage is
not bulletin a day.
One bulletin and a comprehensive one.
Yeah. And that's why the 9 o'clock
the other thing, Priya, those days we were news readers. We were not newscasters.
Yes.
You know.
Nice point.
Yeah. That was a very important point, you know. So, and like I said, no technology. So I remember, you know, when we used to come up with these foreign names which we were not familiar with, or sometimes even other names from India, we would just wake up, at least I would just wake up anybody at night. We had one landline in the newsroom, one telephone directory, wake up the ambassador, wake up this person, wake up that person, and then say, have I got it right, you know? Because we had absolutely no backup whatsoever.
But I wanted to ask newscasters versus news readers, did you, Usha ji, ever read something that you did not agree with? Or were you given any views to read, first of all, or you were just reporting?
No, and I don't think views were expressed. I think news was news as factual information. So you got to know about what was happening, what were the ramifications about it, and you know, whatever the news bulletin contained. If there were visuals, well and good, because then that would come up with its own commentary. Otherwise, you just read it and then, you know, the pictures came on.
I think the key word was being unbiased. None of us had prejudices. None of us portrayed those biases. So you were expected to be neutral. So even if you got news that you did not agree with, or a political party that, or news about a political person that you were not in, you know, consonance with, you did not convey it, not even in your tone of voice.
Yeah, that's...
Or in what you said, you know,
so,
in any
you know,
and after every bulletin, we had a meeting
because
about
oh, really?
Our news.
Tell me about that.
What's that?
The meeting which was held with the
editorial
staff.
That was not about your, that wasn't about your opinion about the news story.
Yeah. Oh, you
But that was just to dissect the production.
Just to dissect the production and the whole, you know,
in fact,
presentation.
I think I would have liked a little more of our own inputs into news in the sense that we really, as Komal rightly said, we were news readers, not news anchors. So
But
we
over
weren't,
the years,
we
that
weren't
changed.
part of the news production team. So we didn't know, okay, this is the way it was.
Editorially, we had absolutely
Yeah,
no
but I
input.
think that changed over the years, and in the latter years, by which time you all had started reading less and less, a lot of the people who were in the newsroom were involved in the
production.
making of a bulletin. So you did have people who were also correspondents. You had people who had also written a story, or had perhaps covered that particular event and had hardcore knowledge about what had actually happened, and hence formed the story. So things have evolved, things have changed over time. But yes, I mean, post-production meetings that were held were more about quality and what could have been done better,
not content.
not critical of your opinions or somebody else's.
But was there also a gender bias, Mayuri and Sangeeta? Did you people...
I would think the other way around. Most of us were females.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
part. But
So I don't know about gender bias,
But that's
we
about
had
presentation.
there
But
was also a time when we had two news readers doing one bulletin.
Yes.
So you would have a male and a female,
Female.
or
Yeah.
a female and a
were-
female.
no, but there were
also.
two
They would
women
try.
also.
They would try to
Try
keep
and
it
have
as much
both.
male and female.
Yeah.
But this is as far as our presenters are concerned. But otherwise, if you looked at the production teams or the editorial, of course, it was dominated by males.
by men.
Yes.
But
Maybe
really
still
at that
is, I
time,
don't know.
I do want to mention for me, for instance, personally, when I had started when I was well into reading the news, I became, I have to say, I became less and less interested because they were not my words. And meanwhile, one had already started emceeing on stage, reporting. So I used to keep telling Didi. So Didi says, yeah, well, do reporting assignments. I said, for sure. And then, the live commentaries came up and the festivals of India abroad came up. And then I traveled with the president to 3 countries. So all that was so creative that I found myself willingly, weaning myself off news and going into areas where I could use my own words.
Yeah, actually, how you all evolved is also something that, I've seen Rini also, so many we've done together events and stuff like that.
Right.
The fact that, you could also express your views, has that ever happened in Doordarshan while you were there?
Well, not on
Did you see
air
that
as much
transition?
as, not on air as much as off air. You would have a banter with your producer, you would have a banter with your editor and say that, hey, can you word this way? Because it kind of gives me this impression. So yeah, there have been times when, editors are willing to look at your point of view and take in your point of view as well. But, I think a lot of us had our grounding in radio. And so by which time the interaction between an editor and a news reader had become much more than what was prevalent in Doordarshan. So with that background, when you came onto Doordarshan, the editorial side was also willing to kind of listen to your point of view.
Also, yeah.
Because, they knew that, okay, you have worked on bulletins before, you've reworded it, you've, worked on your own sheets of paper and are willing to kind of let you have that little liberty to be able to reword it.
But I would like to mention, sorry, Priya, there was so much camaraderie in our newsroom. Right from the work, when one started till the end, the producers, the production assistants, amongst us.
It was a team.
We were friends and we still are.
Yeah.
But which is a good workspace.
Yes.
But Mayuri, were you there when the private channels also were beginning?
They were just starting.
Yeah. So how did you feel the difference between the two, or did you?
No, by the time the private channels actually kicked off, that was I think 2002-03. I was leaving Doordarshan around that time. So 8-10 years on Doordarshan, and I moved on to something else.
But interviews had started on Doordarshan at that time?
No. When we were reading, we were still just reading the
You mean as
bulletin.
part of the news? Interviews?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
No.
There was always interviews happening otherwise, of course, but not as part of the bulletin.
So the bulletin was just the news bulletin, but Doordarshan also started doing discussions.
Doordarshan always started.
Always had.
I think Doordarshan had a lot of no. Doordarshan had a lot of material, and coverage that had dedicated programs for women, for entrepreneurs, for business, for art, for culture. So there was plenty of work as far as creativity is concerned. Like Komal said, you would anchor another program or a show. News was not a show. And also another thing that you have
And
to
that
remember.
is what is missing in today's TV. That's
No,
the
also
point.
you have to remember that none of us were employees of Doordarshan.
We were all freelancers.
We were all freelancers.
Except for Meenu and Salman.
Yeah.
Meenu, Salman.
So we all had
Shobana.
careers and we all had
Shobana.
other stuff
Acha,
to do.
Okay, okay.
So when we came in for news, it was specifically for news.
And the news, actually, what came on the news was the responsibility of the editor and the producer. We were not responsible for what got said.
No,
we
for
were
the
just-
content.
But
We
that
weren't
is even
responsible
today, the
for the
editorial,
content at all.
decides. It's not the anchor really who decides. It's the senior.
But
person
you're
who
the
gives
face.
you the
You're
line.
the
But
face
you're
of-
the face
yeah,
who reads it.
you're the
And,
face.
and some read it with great
And
delight.
you interact with people on the show, you know.
And you ask the questions that
And then
lead
you
to a
start
certain
doing
answer.
your own thing like Komal was doing or Rini. And then I also started doing a lot of television programs. I was producing, directing some television programs.
We all
So
started
that's-
doing our
We
own
all
jobs.
started doing that, and
I
that's
did
the
a
way one
series
did
of
a...
interviews.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to now, been told is we are out of time, so I'm going to end this conversation right now. But stay with us because we're going to try and meet up with everybody again and have another conversation because there is lots to be said, lots to discuss. But for now, that's it.
Thank you, Priya.
Thank you.
Thank you
for
so
having
much.
us.
कभी खेलों के मानचित्र पर उत्तर प्रदेश सिर्फ संभावनाओं का नाम था, पर 2017 के बाद संभावनाएं संरचना बनी। जनपदों में स्टेडियम, ब्लॉकों में मिनी स्टेडियम और गांव में मैदान। खेल अब शहरों तक सीमित नहीं रहे। लखनऊ से मेरठ, वाराणसी से अयोध्या, ग्रेटर नोएडा से गोरखपुर। मैदानों पर सिर्फ खिलाड़ी नहीं, अंतरराष्ट्रीय इवेंट्स उतरे। खेलो इंडिया, यूनिवर्सिटी गेम्स, मोटो जीपी, डेविस कप, बैडमिंटन से लेकर खो खो तक उत्तर प्रदेश अब मेजबान भी है और दावेदार भी। प्रतिभाओं को मिला मंच, प्रशिक्षण और सम्मान। आज उत्तर प्रदेश खेलों में सिर्फ भाग नहीं लेता, दिशा तय करता है। यह है बदलाव की कहानी, मेहनत की पहचान और भविष्य की स्वर्णिम उड़ान। ये है आत्मविश्वास, लगन और विजय का गूंजता संदेश। ये है नया उत्तर प्रदेश।
This week on the roundtable, we are taking a look at the danger our country faces from the number of Chinese imports that have been literally dumped onto our country. Our economy is at great risk. What can the budget do about it?
The budget is like an iron dome. It protects our factories, it protects Indian capacities, and we need to defend them from the onslaught that the Chinese economy is doing on India. And it has reached huge proportions, so there is a need for an urgent step to be taken by the union budget.
What I feel is not single measure, there can be multiple measures, but the best way to stop Chinese imports is by raising tariffs. History has shown it. We must raise tariffs as per the WTO agreements, and we have the limit of 50.4% average weighted tariff, whereas we are imposing hardly 6%. So there is a huge gap between what is the bound rate and what is the actual effective rate.
I think we should strengthen our industrial policy and see to it that our PLI scheme also is interweaved with quality in a very strengthened manner, so that we are back on the path of having the QCOs into the country to a great extent of sectors and pushing them very hard.
Thank you.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
लाल रंग इसका अपार, तीखा कम है फिर भी स्वाद, बेमिसाल बेमिसाल MDH कश्मीरी।
MDH कश्मीरी।
MDH।
इम्तियाज जी के फादर को बीमारी के कारण अचानक हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट होना पड़ा। पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने हॉस्पिटल पहुंचकर लाखों का क्लेम अप्रूव करवाने में पूरी हेल्प की। पॉलिसी बाजार पर 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
MDH कसूरी मेथी लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है।
स्वाद और सुगंध इसकी
लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है।
अगर MDH कसूरी मेथी नहीं डाला
तो खाली हाथ मलते रह जाओगे।
एक एक पत्ता हाथ से चुना, स्वाद और सुगंध जगाए कई गुना।
कार इंश्योरेंस डन।
पॉलिसी बाजार से कराया?
नहीं।
तो तू ज़ेब्रा नहीं हो सकता। कार नई हो या पुरानी, पॉलिसी बाजार पे कंपेयर करके खरीदो और 30,000 तक बचाओ। इसलिए तू ज़ेब्रा तो नहीं है, तू है गधा काइंड ऑफ।
This week on the roundtable, we are taking a look at the danger our country faces from the number of Chinese imports that have been literally dumped onto our country. Our economy is at great risk. What can the budget do about it?
The budget is like an iron dome. It protects our factories, it protects Indian capacities, and we need to defend them from the onslaught that the Chinese economy is doing on India. And it has reached huge proportions, so there is a need for an urgent step to be taken by the union budget.
What I feel is not single measure, there can be multiple measures, but the best way to stop Chinese imports is by raising tariffs. History has shown it. We must raise tariffs as per the WTO agreements, and we have the limit of 50.4% average weighted tariff, whereas we are imposing hardly 6%. So there is a huge gap between what is the bound rate and what is the actual effective rate.
I think we should strengthen our industrial policy and see to it that our PLI scheme also is interweaved with quality in a very strengthened manner, so that we are back on the path of having the QCOs into the country to a great extent of sectors and pushing them very hard.
Thank you.
As Bangladesh vote.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Newsx Explained. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. Today we're taking a look at a turning point unfolding in Bangladesh's history. Bangladesh today is voting for its first election since the 2024 ouster of Sheikh Hasina, but that is not all that the country is voting for. In a one-of-its-kind protests erupted across Bangladesh, the Sheikh Hasina-led government collapsed. The country entered a political vacuum, and into that vacuum stepped Mohammed. The ongoing referendum is a political declaration based on the consensus between 30 political parties and the interim government. It covers constitutional, judicial and legislative, protect courts from political pressure and reform appointment processes. Some other major proposals include increasing representation for women, with reserved seats in the lower house gradually increased up to 100 seats to address concern about weak opposition. It also proposes that the deputy speaker of the legislative body be elected from the opposition parties. It also proposes the caretaker system be reinstated and reformed. Bangladesh's caretaker government system is non-political, interim government tasked with organizing free and fair general elections. As per the proposal, the caretaker system will be reinstated and will be formed with consensus amongst the ruling party, the main opposition and the second opposition parties as well. Some reforms aim to redefine fundamental constitutional principles. These include redefining state principles and updating citizenship provisions. So where do Bangladesh's other parties stand on this? Two of Bangladesh's biggest parties, the BNP and the Jamaat-e-Islami, have signed the July Charter. The Jamaat in particular views the exercise as a unique opportunity to change a system that ensured Awami League and BNP dominance for over 50 years. But according to analysts, the BNP is uncomfortable with the exercise. It is a quest for now because it feels that it can modify these changes if elected to power, of which it is confident. If voters favour the Charter, it is possible that a BNP-led government might slow-pedal particular systemic changes, but a Jamaat-led government is more likely to push for faster implementation. Ultimately, the referendum implies that Bangladesh's political transition will not necessarily end with the February 12th elections. Moreover, while the proposal seemed to be aimed at establishing order and UNIS has presented it as a democratic reform, the referendum has sparked intense controversy. You must be wondering why that is. Well, here comes the kicker. Voters are being asked to approve dozens of complex constitutional changes. How such behavior? UNIS's aides have countered that the administration born from the uprising has a mandate to advocate for reforms. Critics say UNIS and other leaders of the interim administration are keen on a safe exit and leaving a lasting imprint and is betting on the July Charter, in fact. What this yields, however, will only become clear after the results of the vote roll in.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर। MDH गरम मसाला, असली मसालों से भरा हूँ मैं,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
कार इंश्योरेंस डन।
पॉलिसी बाजार से कराया?
नहीं।
तो तू ज़ीब्रा नहीं हो सकता।
मतलब?
अगर पॉलिसी बाजार से कार इंश्योरेंस कंपेयर करके लेता तो 12,000 रुपए तक बचा सकता था। इसलिए तू ज़ीब्रा तो नहीं है, तू है गधा। काइंड ऑफ।
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला। MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH जो भी पके ऐसा पके, जहाँ भी हो जो खींचा चलाए। मीठी दिल हो या पुलियो गिरे, वांगी भात हो या पोड़ी मसाला, रस पाउडर या सांभर मसाला, असली मसाले सच सच। MDH MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
This week on the roundtable, we are taking a look at the danger our country faces from the number of Chinese imports that have been literally dumped onto our country. Our economy is at great risk. What can the budget do about it?
The budget is like an iron dome. It protects our factories, it protects Indian capacities, and we need to defend them from the onslaught that the Chinese economy is doing on India. And it has reached huge proportions, so there is a need for an urgent step to be taken by the union budget.
What I feel is not single measure.
The 2000-year-old India-Egypt link. Tamil Brahimi scripts discovered. Found inside Egyptian pharaohs' tombs. Inscriptions left by a Tamil trader. This is why this is the discovery of the decade.
Welcome back. You're watching Newsx. I'm Udar Pratap Singh. A remarkable archaeological finding is rewriting what we know about ancient global connections, revealing that traders from Tamil Nadu and other parts of the Indian subcontinent traveled far deeper into Egypt than previously believed, leaving behind their names inside the royal tombs of the Valley of the Kings. Well, that's what we're going to be examining on Newsx Explained today. Nearly 30 inscriptions in Indian scripts, including Tamil, Brahmi, Prakrit and Sanskrit, have been identified inside 6 tombs in Egypt's Theban necropolis. Dating back to between the 1st and 3rd centuries of the Common Era, the inscriptions provide rare, first-hand evidence of Indian presence in the heart of ancient Egypt during the height of the Indo-Roman present-day Gujarat and Maharashtra. Together, they suggest that traders from across India were present in Egypt during the Roman period. Amongst the most striking discoveries is the repeated appearance of the name Sikai Quran. The name appears 8 times across 5 different tombs, sometimes positioned near entrances and sometimes carved high on interior walls. In one instance, this inscription is placed nearly 400 meters above the ground, indicating that it was meant to be seen. Scholars say the name itself is revealing, while the first part Sikai may be linked to the Sanskrit word Sikha, meaning tuft or crown. The second part, Quran, is unmistakably Tamil. It is rooted in the word Quran, associated with Bible. It suggests that Indian traders were not isolated outsiders but observant participants in a shared travel culture, engaging with the languages and customs they encountered. One Sanskrit inscription carries particular historical weight. It records that an envoy of a Shaharata king came here. The Shaharata dynasty ruled parts of western India in the 1st century CE, and this inscription provides direct evidence of official or semi-official Indian presence in Egypt during that period. Historians say the findings significantly deepen our understanding of Indo-Roman trade, while ancient writers like Pliny and Ptolemy documented Roman voyages to India. Physical evidence of Indians in travelling far into Roman-linked territories has been scarce. Until now, archaeological attempts may have even been a Roman settlement near Madurai, and that small copper coins bearing Roman emperors' images were minted locally. Taken together, this evidence shows that contact between Tamilakam and the Mediterranean world was structured and sustained. In that context, the Tamil Brahmi find in Egypt appears far less surprising. Modern historians with rare tangible proof that ancient India was not on the margin of the world, but firmly woven into its earliest global networks. To understand the significance of the Tamil Brahmi discovery in Egypt, it is important to look at the long history of trade between ancient Tamilakam and Rome.
The 2000-year-old
शिव प्रसाद जी को बीमारी के कारण 15 बार हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट होना पड़ा। पॉलिसी बाजार की टीम ने उनका लाखों का क्लेम अप्रूव करवाने में पूरी हेल्प की। पॉलिसी बाजार पर 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
कार इंश्योरेंस डन।
पॉलिसी बाजार से कराया?
नहीं।
तो तू ज़ीब्रा नहीं हो सकता।
मतलब?
अगर पॉलिसी बाजार से कार इंश्योरेंस कंपेयर करके लेता तो 12,000 रुपए तक बचा सकता था। इसलिए तू ज़ीब्रा तो नहीं है, तू है
गधा।
काइंड ऑफ।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
कार इंश्योरेंस डन।
पॉलिसी बाजार से कराया?
नहीं।
तो तू ज़ीब्रा नहीं हो सकता। कार नई हो या पुरानी, पॉलिसी बाजार पे कंपेयर करके खरीदो और 30,000 तक बचाओ। इसलिए तू ज़ीब्रा तो नहीं है, तू है
गधा।
काइंड ऑफ।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
जब घर का कमाने वाला चला जाता है तो वक्त के साथ शायद उसके जाने का दुख कम हो जाए, लेकिन एक मिडिल क्लास फैमिली फाइनेंशियली टूट जाती है। फैमिली के लिए अपना फर्ज निभाओ। पॉलिसी बाजार पर 2 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 700 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
This week on the roundtable, we are taking a look at the danger our country faces from the number of Chinese imports that have been literally dumped onto our country. Our economy is at great risk. What can the budget do about it?
The budget is like an iron dome. It protects our factories, it protects Indian capacities, and we need to defend them from the onslaught that the Chinese economy is doing on India. And it has reached huge proportions, so there is a need for an urgent step to be taken by the union budget.
What I feel is not single measure, there can be multiple measures, but the best way to stop Chinese imports is by raising tariffs. History has shown it. We must raise tariffs as per the WTO agreements, and we have the limit of 50.4% average weighted tariff, whereas we are imposing hardly 6%. So there is a huge gap between what is the bound rate and what is the actual effective rate.
I think we should strengthen our industrial policy and see to it that our PLI scheme also is interweaved with quality in a very strengthened manner, so that we are back on the path of having the QCOs into the country to a great extent of sectors and pushing them very hard.
Thank you. This week on the roundtable, we are taking a look at the danger our country faces from the number of Chinese imports that have been literally dumped onto our country. Our economy is at great risk. What can the budget do about it?
The budget is like an iron dome. It protects our factories, it protects Indian capacities, and we need to defend them from the onslaught that the Chinese economy is doing on India. And it has reached huge proportions, so there is a need for an urgent step to be taken by the union budget.
What I feel is not single measure, there can be multiple measures, but the best way to stop Chinese imports is by raising tariffs. History has shown it. We must raise tariffs as per the WTO agreements, and we have the limit of 50.4% average weighted tariff, whereas we are imposing hardly 6%. So there is a huge gap between what is the bound rate and what is the actual effective rate.
I think we should strengthen our industrial policy and see to it that our PLI scheme also is interweaved with quality in a very strengthened manner, so that we are back on the path of having the QCOs into the country to a great extent of sectors and pushing them very hard.
Thank you.
Welcome back. You're watching Newsx. I'm Pratap Singh. Our big focus this hour. Pakistan Rangers have held a flag meeting at RS Pura International Border. Reportedly, meeting has taken place this afternoon in Bule Chak area of Jammu International Border. Remember, India has outrightly rejected the baseless allegations of Pakistan that BSF fired at Pakistani locations early this morning. The Indian side made it clear to Pak that Indian actions are well within its area of responsibility. Ajay Jandial joins us for more on this story. Ajay, take us through the details of this flag meeting.
Yes, it's the meeting held there in the Samba sector international border area, and according to information, Pakistani Rangers and the BSF held a meeting at Araspura sector international border area, and meeting took place with the afternoon in Baluchak area of Jammu and Kashmir international border. India has outrightly rejected a baseless allegation of Pakistan that BSF fired at Pakistani locations early this morning, because and BSF clarified that they made it clear that Pakistan, that Indian action are well within its area of responsibility. But basically was happening for last several days, that continuous movement across the fenced area was observed by the BSF troopers and on the line of control as well, which was retaliated effectively, because there are inputs that Pakistan could try to push in the terrorist over here in the Jammu and Kashmir, and that's why alert has been sounded. We have seen that one Pakistani national was apprehended by the BSF a few days back in Samba sector international area. Earlier, one intruder was killed as well. Also, BSF clearly says that we are taking action on any of the action or any of the movement of in our area of responsibility, and that is what we can do, and that is our right as well.
Absolutely. Appreciate you joining us, Ajay, with those details. Now, something interesting is happening as Bangladesh is voting in a controversial election for the first time since Sheikh Hasina's removal. The US and Chinese ambassadors are engaging in a war of words. US has expressed concerns over China's increasing influence in Bangladesh and offered own missile defense system as an alternative, while China has warned the US against singing the same old tune and making remarks with ulterior motives. This follows a year of intense lobbying by both sides, holding separate meetings with both BNP and Jamaat leaders. But what does this mean for India? Remember, Bangladesh recently signed a defense agreement with China to establish a drone factory near the Indian border and is looking at acquiring the Pakistani JF-17s. The US says that it wants close India-Bangladesh ties, but Hasina has warned about US attempts to establish a base in Bangladesh. So have China and US picked their sides? What does this mean for India? Joining us live, Ambassador Bashpati Mukherjee, former diplomat. Also with us, Major General Gigi Dwivedi, Strategic Affairs Analyst. Madhav Nalapat, Editorial Director of the Sunday Guardian, is joining us live. Joyita Basu, Editor of the Sunday Guardian, is also with us on the broadcast. Let me make a start with you first, Ambassador Mukherjee. This is, of course, a moment of reckoning for Bangladesh, with the polling, of course, underway. I think, in fact, it's concluded now in the evening hours of today. But all eyes now on the results. Of course, the way forward for Bangladesh will be determined. But interestingly, as far as the foreign policy of Bangladesh is concerned, it's mostly China and the US who are most interested in what's going to be the outcome. Why is that, Ambassador Mukherjee?
Well, it seems, Uday, that the Americans, who are always a little slow in waking up to reality, particularly under Donald Trump, have finally realized that despite the US deep state reportedly undermining and masterminding the coup that brought down Hasina, her successors seem to be dancing with the wrong kind of enemies of United States, notably the Chinese, who are hand in glove with the Pakistanis. In this particular case, there was a very interesting meeting with the American ambassador with the Jamaat, earlier with the BNP, and the Americans have also reportedly seen with concern the fact that the Chinese have been given very favorable treatment by their own man from Washington, that's Mohammed Yunus, who's supposed to be an American puppet, seems to be embarking on a game of biting the hand that feeds him. There's reportedly a drone factory being built by the Chinese very close to the Bangladesh-India border. They've been given all kinds of favorable treatment for many of their defense programs, etc. They want to buy fighter jets with the help of the Pakistanis. One wonders how a bankrupt state like Pakistan is in a position to be acting as a go-between between Bangladesh and China. But definitely it's a very interesting development. But what we need to remember is, it doesn't matter what the Americans and the Chinese do. We surround Bangladesh from three sides. And whatever their foreign policy is, towards United States or China, it cannot avoid India. We are all over the place. We surround them from three sides. As far as the United States is concerned, if they have understood finally that the Chinese, thanks to the Americans, are busy trying to take over Bangladesh, a very strategic country as far as India is concerned, it would be very much in our interest to cooperate with the Americans if they try to decrease Chinese influence in Bangladesh, offer aid, etc., etc. This is something we need to see once we get to see the election results. There are all kinds of wild conspiracy theories are flying around Bangladesh. Some say that 45 million people voted in 1 hour in the last hour of voting. Others say that the Hindus were intimidated and not allowed to come. Others say that there is a sharp drop in women voters. Why has that happened, etc. There are those who are predicting that maybe the Jamaat will form a government. There are others who say that Muhammad Yunus, who actually looked like a man when he cast his ballot as if he was going for a second marriage, so happy, so triumphant, he must be looking at a future with him as permanent president, because there's a referendum also. So we have to wait and see till tomorrow as to which way it goes. If the BNP is able to form a majority, it may be easier for us to deal with them. Although the Jamaat, interestingly, is now saying they want to have good and friendly relations with India. But certainly, this development of the war of words, is a good development for India. It's good that the Americans have finally understood the actual game being played by Yunus and his cohorts in Bangladesh, and that Bangladesh is in dire risk of descending into civil war.
Well, yes. No, this election is an important moment for the neighborhood, Major General Dwivedi. Of course, India is interested in its outcome, but China and the US, why have they become such interested parties, and how could this election also determine which way Bangladesh swings, either to the west or to the east?
Take a larger picture, and as to how Bangladesh is strategically so important, because it sits on the crossroads between South Asia and Southeast Asia, and it is a gateway to the Bay of Bengal. The issue is that I think we have taken Bangladesh for granted, and our position as well as for granted. In fact, Chinese had started to make inroads way back in 90s. When I was a defense attaché in China, I saw the kind of bonhomie between Bangladesh and China, and the kind of defense equipment that are flowing into Bangladesh since the early 2000s. So the point is, Chinese are not investing suddenly. They have been at it for quite a long time. Now, the Americans are also very interested, because you see America's national security strategy, which categorically states that America would contain Chinese influence in the Indo-Pacific, and therefore Bay of Bengal is a part of the Indo-Pacific. So therefore, Americans have also adopted now, I would say, hyper-active approach. They have signed the trade agreement, they are offering the aircraft, Boeing 14 of them, and they are also offering military equipment. But I think the Americans are always a step behind the Chinese. Now, what is India's concern? I don't think we have been able to take advantage of our geography while we surround Bangladesh from all three sides. Did we pay attention to the Siliguri corridor syndrome? No, we have not done any demographic, shifting in that critical area. We should have made corridors across the Bangladesh to connect northeast. We haven't done it. So we have always, in a reactive mode. So what is this situation now? Point is that superpower rivalry is playing out in Bangladesh. Both these superpowers are on it to ensure that they gain the influence. For India, firstly, I don't know which way the elections will go. In fact, I just done an article for First Post it could either be Bangladesh comes back on the democratic track or it goes the East Pakistan way, erstwhile if Jamaat is coming to power. But the point is, we need to play our cards and we need to be proactive because Bangladesh elections do not only impact Bangladesh, they impact the India's securities and India's concerns, especially as far as China is concerned. Now we need to look at what trilateral is emerging between Pakistan, Bangladesh, China, and the kind of the military exchanges that are taking place between Pakistan and the Bangladesh army, and not to forget what is happening in Myanmar. So this quad could actually emerge. I think India's diplomacy needs to now shed off the old presumptions and we need to start with the new playbook because the situation is actually very, very complex and dynamic. But until we really take a proactive approach, I think we will be on the reactive mode, and that is not very good for India because please remember, now we need to shift focus from the western borders to the eastern side. I think we need to underplay Operation Tandoor,
Yes.
Operation Tandoor, and look at the Operation Tandoor that is developing in the northeast and especially in the Bangladesh region.
Yes, and Professor Nalapat, what do you make of these Chinese delegations that continue to, look at these polls very closely, the meetings that they've held with Jamaat and others? The US also followed that, in fact, with a meeting with the Jamaat, but also interestingly, the deal with Bangladesh came so soon before polling as well. What are we to read into all of this? Professor Nalapat?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Professor Nalapat, did you hear my question?
Yeah, Look, Uday, the fact is that Cold War 2.0 is definitely on. I mean, those of us who have been talking about it, is between the US and China now as the main protagonist. Cold War 1.0 was between the US and the USSR, which collapsed in 1991. So this is going to be the same situation of either of the disputants want the other to collapse. And in my view, from India's point of view, it's better the US than China. For one thing, we have a vibrant Indian American community there that are ambassadors for India. We don't have that in China. And second thing is, as has correctly been said by the military expert, the Pakistani influence is very strong now in Dhaka. And Pakistan is not good news for India in any way whatsoever. So now the good thing is that the Americans realize the Chinese are basically out to get them, to defeat them, and to take away their primacy. And now they're battling with them all over the world. They are throwing China out of the Panama Canal, the Suez, all these areas. Soon it will be the South China Sea, and definitely now Bangladesh, as has been correctly pointed out, is a highly strategic location for India as well. We can't afford Bangladesh to go the Chinese way. And of course, it shouldn't go fully the American way either. But I think therefore we have to be careful, but we have to be ensure that our interests are protected. But one thing is very, very clear. We have to be very, very sure our borders are secure and that any gaps in policing of the borders is filled, because through the borders, all kinds of terrorist influences can come in, as indeed they have in the past. Unfortunately, the state government seems to have done very little to stop all that. So I think, Uday, the reality situation is Cold War 2.0 is very much on. This battle is going to continue until one or the other parties is dissolved. And in my view, we should prefer the Americans. And as far as China is concerned, we're not talking of dissolution of China. We're talking of dissolution of the communist system in China, just as the communist system in Russia collapsed. So I would like to say, Uday, this is a fascinating example of Cold War 2.0. And as far as India is concerned, definitely we need to make our preferences clear. And our preference, in my view, should unequivocally be the United States. Now, recently, Trump has warmed up to us and he has been very friendly towards Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Modi has reciprocated equally warmly. He has played a very deft game of diplomacy. So I think all in all, there is no question in my mind that we have to ensure that the US wins the struggle, this global struggle, and we are now become a power with influence in several countries, and that influence can only grow in the future thanks to a higher rate of growth. So I believe, Uday, that the tides are in our favor, and we have to ride the tide, and we have to ensure that we pass through the storms and that we come out safely into the harbor of double-digit growth. Thank you, Uday.
Joyita Basu, if I can quickly rope you in here. Now, for India, how important is it to see as well whether our neighbor pivots, tilts towards China, or whether it tilts towards the United States of America? There have been many theories that the ouster of Sheikh Hasina was something that the US had overseen. There's a new ambassador that's been appointed there. We've also seen the trade deal get concluded. But then China also has continued to stay active in the region. Now, do you believe it will be the Jamaat which could end up swaying towards China? Will the BNP tilt towards the US, or is it going to be the other way around? What do you view as being the main factor that will decide the new administration's position vis-a-vis its foreign policy?
Well, I would prefer if whichever administration comes to power, that they would be tilting towards India. The China and the US, they come later. Because even if China is kind of right next door, think of the US, there's something called the tyranny of distance. But from whatever we are hearing, it seems what Bangladesh is basically trying to play both sides. While they are talking about, in that Cox's Bazar area and Chittagong area, they are talking in terms of the US having a presence over there. But when it comes to China, they want China's presence along the border of India, especially say Lalmonirhat, that particular air base that is there near North Bengal, which is the Siliguri corridor, which is known as the Chicken's corridor in common parlance. They want China stationed there. They want Pakistan there. And even along the border, that is where, and especially say, for example, the northeastern, they want insurgency to be revived in the northeast. And how do they do it? China is totally interested in that area. China has a presence in Myanmar, it's Burma. So they have a base over there. And if they open up that area for the Chinese to ensure that, some kind of insurgency is allowed to take place. Basically, the sole interest and the sole, I would say, focus of Bangladesh is basically to use these powers and to needle India to try and disintegrate India. So I don't see it as an either-or situation. I see it as Bangladesh playing both sides, and I think the Americans are foolish enough to fall for that. Now, it has to be remembered, I think Bangladesh, the US wants control over the Bangladeshi government in terms of, say, they of course want the Chinese out. But the thing is that right now they cannot do that. But they are looking at Bangladesh in terms of strategically important, in terms of the access to the sea, in terms of mineral wealth, oil exploration. These are the things. And there is a solid, the problem is with the US is that there's a solid pro-Muslim Brotherhood Jamaat lobby in Washington, D.C. And perhaps that has largely to do with the kind of money that Qatar has been pouring into D.C., because of which there is a significant belief. In fact, if you read the kind of commentary that is coming out from DC in particular, they think that Jamaat is a force of moderation. Now, just imagine how nonsensical they are. As a result, what is going to happen, Uday, is that chances are Jamaat or a Jamaat-backed national government, where it could even happen that this Tariq Rahman becomes Prime Minister. The reins of power are in Jamaat's hands. It's a given that Yunus will become president because that is what the referendum is talking about. So at the same time, this government will be giving out these bases and ensure that China kind of finds its feet in terms of, where they can disturb India. I mean, the problem is, you see, is the US also planning to disturb India? Then you realize there's a convergence of interests where China's interests, US interests, Bangladeshi interests all converge. That is India's problem.
Yes. Let me take that back across to Ambassador Bhashwati Mukherjee as to which party will be tilting towards which foreign power abroad. How are you interpreting things, Ambassador Mukherjee? Which way is BNP likely to sway? Which way is Jamaat likely to sway? If Jamaat is in an alliance, what will be that outcome? If it's a minority government, a hung house, what are we likely to see?
As far as BNP and Jamaat are concerned, they are two faces of the same coin. One face we have dealt with earlier when Khalida Zia was Prime Minister. So we have some experience of dealing with the BNP. The Jamaat we've always known as a party of collaborators, those who collaborated with the Pakistanis before 71 and after post 71, etc., who have suddenly become respectable. I actually believe that both Jamaat and BNP will ostensibly, in the beginning, publicly posture that they want to have good relations with India, but that the presence of Sheikh Hasina in India is an impediment to those good relationships. Both will take the same position. I reiterate, after hearing Joyita, that it is in India's core national interest to side with US on this matter, because the Americans, despite their foolish contradictions, thanks to Donald Trump, actually want to bring China down. Their strategic conundrums leave many people wondering what they want, but clearly that is their option. They want to bring China down, which is why they are finally making a kind of pivot towards India. Therefore, I don't think United States under any government will regard China as a friend. Therefore, if they've decided to take China down a peg or two and muscle into Chinese territory, that will put the Pakistanis in a difficult position, because the field marshal wants to play both sides. Pakis are famous for that. And even the Qatari influence with Qatari money has its limits, because Qatar, for instance, does not want an attack on Iran. Therefore, I believe, to conclude, that we should actively encourage United States to get involved in Bangladesh.
But Major General Dwivedi, this warning by Sheikh Hasina that the US wants to set up a base in Bangladesh as well. How are we to take that one?
Well, Uday, America had all stated very clearly when Sheikh Hasina was the Prime Minister that they wanted a base in St. Martin's Island to keep a check on the Bay of Bengal and also on the Strait of Malacca. I like to make 3-4 important points. Firstly, when you look at from the Bangladesh, what are their strategies? Their strategy is to play out their geographic location and ensure that they are keeping the candle burning, both along with the Americans, Chinese, and also Pakistanis. Don't forget them. Pakistan is a very important player, and therefore, ultimately, what I feel is they're going to fall into the web, because they'll be exploited both by Chinese, by the Americans, and by Pakistanis, and they're going to get trapped in this whole situation, because right now they have one-point agenda: to exploit America, to exploit China, Pakistan, to actually deal out India. And that is what is a major issue is. But I don't think that game is going to run very far, because at the end of the day, everyone is going to take out their pound of flesh from the Bangladesh and whichever government that is in play. But the point is, at the end of the day, we are going to have unstable, Bangladesh, which is not to our interest, and therefore we need to work out with America to ensure that certain degree of stability is in Bangladesh, which suits our national interest. Uday.
All right. Well, we are out of time, I'm afraid. My thanks to all of our guests for joining us on this discussion. Let's slip into a short break.
This week on the roundtable, we are taking a look at the danger our country faces from the number of Chinese imports that have been literally dumped onto our country. Our economy is at great risk. What can the budget do about it?
The budget is like an iron dome. It protects our factories, it protects Indian capacities, and we need to defend them from the onslaught that the Chinese economy is doing on India. And it has reached huge proportions, so there is a need for an urgent step to be taken by the union budget.
What I feel is not single measure, there can be multiple measures, but the best way to stop Chinese imports is by raising tariffs. History has shown it. We must raise tariffs as per the WTO agreements, and we have the limit of 50.4% average weighted tariff, whereas we are imposing hardly 6%. So there is a huge gap between what is the bound rate and what is the actual effective rate.
I think we should strengthen our industrial policy and see to it that our PLI scheme also is interweaved with quality in a very strengthened manner, so that we are back on the path of having the QCOs into the country to a great extent of sectors and pushing them very hard.
Thank you.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
Welcome back. I'm Budar Pratap Singh. You're joining us on Newsx. Our big focus this hour, some news coming in. AAIB has clarified on the Italian media report. The report has claimed the Air India crash probe blamed pilot error for the fuel switch turning off. The AAIB has called these reports speculative and incorrect. AAIB says the investigation is still in progress and no final conclusions have been reached. Arzu Seth is joining us for more on this story. Arzu, what has the AAIB said in this latest statement?
Well, yes, the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, AAIB, categorically clarifies that the report suggesting that the investigation into the Air India flight AI-171 accident, has been finalized are incorrect and speculative. The investigation is still in progress and no conclusion has been reached. Also, the AAIB conducts investigations strictly in accordance with the Aircraft Investigation of Accident and Incident Rules 2025 and India's obligations under ICAO Annex 13. The aircraft incident investigation are technical, evidence-based and process aimed at determining root cause and enhancing safety. So definitely there were reports that were suggesting that the investigation has been completed and there were mention of the pilot's fault, but now the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, AAIB, has clarified that the report suggesting that the investigation into the Air India flight AI-171 accident has been finalized are incorrect and speculative. Yes, it is.
All right. Let me, in fact, take that to some more news coming in. Sheikh Hasina has thanked Bangladeshis for rejecting the February 12th election. According to the statement, voter turnout was extremely low nationwide, with many polling centres reportedly empty, including several in the capital. Citing Election Commission briefings, the Awami League has stated that by 11 a.m. on election day, participation stood at approximately 14.96% of eligible voters. The party interpreted the low turnout as evidence of public rejection of an election held without its participation. The statement further mentioned that polling centres were seized beginning the evening of 11 February and accused authorities of engaging in vote buying, ballot manipulation, intimidation and the use of force. Arzu Seth is with us on this big story. Arzu, what has Sheikh Hasina said on these elections polling?
Well, the Bangladesh Awami League has issued a statement expressing gratitude to citizens and including women and minority communities for what it described as rejecting a farcical election allegedly conducted without the party's participation. In the statement attributed to party leader Sheikh Hasina, the Awami League termed the election illegal and unconstitutional, alleging that it was conducted after power was seized unlawfully. The party claimed that democratic values and the constitutional principles were disgraded and described the vote as voterless. The statement alleged irregularities beginning on the evening of February 11, including the seizure of polling centers, incident of gunfire, vote buying, distribution of money, ballot stamping, and also the signing of result sheets by agents. It's further claimed that the voter turnout was negligible in many parts of the country. Citing an election commission briefing, the statement said that by 11 a.m. approximately 3.5 hours after polling began, 14.96% of eligible voters had cast their ballots. The Awami League described the turnout as extremely low and said it reflected public rejection of an election held without the party. Yes.
All right. Appreciate you joining us with those details, Arzu. Now, the attack on Hindus does not seem to be ceding in Bangladesh. Even on the day of polls, another Hindu killing has been reported. This time, a 28-year-old man was found dead in Molvi Bazar district. The victim has been identified as Ratan Shubo Kar, who was a worker in Champara tea garden. There were visible injury marks, body soaked in blood. This comes just 2 days after that of a 62-year-old Hindu trader who was also killed. Well, has this become the fate of Hindus in Bangladesh now? Remember, in recent months, several incidents have been reported, including attacks on homes, shops, vandalism of temples and threats against Hindu families. While any institutional targeting has been denied by the interim government, accountability is inconsistent as victims are hesitant to come forward and culprits remain at large. Well, the message from ground is clear. Safety and equal citizenship must not depend on religion. But is that message hitting home to the administration there? Joining us live, Ambassador Veena Sikri, former High Commissioner to Bangladesh. Sumit Peer, political commentator, joins us live. Adit Kothari, foreign affairs expert, is live with us. Rashmi Samant, author, also joins us live. Let me make a start with you first. Rashmi Samant, on the day of polling also, another Hindu killed in this manner. What are we to make of it?
Well, I think it's very clear that the lawlessness in Bangladesh when it comes to persecution of perpetrators of crime against Hindus and other religious minorities, the sort of free hand that they've given, it has culminated in weaponization of violence against minorities, which have a certain way of thinking when it comes to voting. So definitely there is voter intimidation that is happening, and that can be seen with the kind of incredible low voter turnout that was seen today in Bangladesh. I think, in any country, there are more good people than not. And the very fact that there is a low voter turnout goes on to show that this sort of intimidation that has happened, it's not sitting well with the broader Bangladeshi population, that it's not sitting well with them. The very fact that their democracy was hijacked, somebody who was lawfully elected to office was ousted. And, I think the signs of the sort of foreign interference that we were discussing around the time that Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina was ousted from Bangladesh is just coming to, it's just being proven with the kind of response that the people are showing. But I think it's also very alarming because the low voter turnout also goes on to show that, the sort of necessary steps which need to be taken right now for a healthy future for Bangladesh might be missing. The low voter turnout, I mean, although it's true and it's quite a nice political statement out there to have, but I think the ground reality states that those who voted are going to end up having a government of their choice. And what that means for Hindus of Bangladesh is very. I think it's very it's very discouraging. I think the Hindu diaspora need to now more than ever collectively speak up, use the sort of cultural, financial capital that they have, and they need to hold Bangladesh accountable through the many thousand cuts that they can inflict, be it through, holding them accountable for energy bills, the energy that India supplies, be it various exports, because end of the day, we are their neighbors. I mean, other countries can intimidate them, they can offer them many kinds of favors, but the kind of goodwill that India as a neighbor can extend to Bangladesh is something that only India can. When it comes to energy, for instance, in a lot of Bangladesh's energy input is sold by the Indian government. So I think it's time for us to sort of step up and push the pedal on the gas and really hold Bangladesh accountable. Otherwise, lawlessness is only going to devolve to a point that we are going to see the last of Hindus in Bangladesh, just like we did in Afghanistan and are now seeing in Pakistan.
All right, let me take that to you, Adit Kothari, on, of course, this fresh incident. Do you believe once again this is part of a pattern that seems to have developed in Bangladesh over the last few weeks and months? Normally polling day has security at its highest, and even if on such a day, this can be what happens, what then will happen on a normal day, on a day when security is not at its highest, Adit?
So I think, the plight of the Hindus and the other minorities living in Bangladesh is not something which we are being exposed to now. This has been a constant issue, even when the Awami League government was in place. We may see them as lesser of the evil, but evil nonetheless. You may recall that in 1965 there was something called the Enemies Properties Act, which was constituted by the government of Pakistan. That became the Vested Properties Act in 1974. As a consequences of the Vested Properties Act being in place, both the BNP and the Awami League were beneficiaries of grabbing land and grabbing properties of the Hindus to the tune of almost 53% of the land that belonged to the Hindus, which constitutes to roughly about 5% of the total land holdings in Bangladesh, is today under both of these parties, where the workers of these parties are beneficiaries and the Hindus have been ousted from those lands. So it's been a constant effort to completely delegitimize the Hindu population in Bangladesh, which is why we see them reduced from 22 to 23% in 1947 down to roughly about 8% today. And Professor Abdul Barkat, who's from the Dhaka University, has produced a phenomenal study on this, where he's saying in the next 30 years, the Hindus in Bangladesh will cease to exist because not only of these societal pressures, but also because of the governmental policies in place, which basically treat them as the other. So what we are seeing today on election day is, that exemplified, that sort of amplified, a few thousand times, which is why we see, already 2,000 deaths have occurred in a year's time. Scores of temples have been desecrated, private properties have been looted. So the Hindus are definitely, staying in a silo of fears. And I think this is where the government of India will have to play the carrot and stick game with whichever government comes into power tomorrow.
Hindu persecution continues, this genocide continues, and the silence of the world also is really, worrying, isn't it, Sumit? What more should be done? What more can be done?
Well, then, thank you very much for having me on your show. What you are seeing today, look at, and if you tally it, what has happened on the ground, do a mix and match. Look, if you look at the constituencies of Bangladesh, 350, 50 are reserved, you have 300. Out of 300, Hindus control or Hindu vote influences 30 to 35, right? That's all. What Hindu entirely controls is 3 to 6 constituencies only. That is 2%. What you influence is less than 10%. So that too, when Hindus en masse vote on one side and there's a full turnout, then only you are having an impact on 30 to 35% of the constituency. So practically at an election level, except the 6 seats or the 6 assembly constituencies which Hindus control, you are nowhere in the game. That's point number one. Point number two, again, you influence, you're not the winning factor. Point number 3, the most baffling thing is if you look at what Jamaat had to say, look, Bangladesh will be run as per Quran and infidels will have no place in this 80% Muslim majority country. That means everybody who is a non-Muslim is an infidel, kafir. Now, if you look at BNP, they do mention a little bit about minorities. They say Bangladesh first. If you look at Jamaat says, look, we are going to have good relations with everybody, including India, but our preference will be Muslim countries. They don't even mention the word minority. They don't even talk about Hindus. Now, if you look at how the things are happening right now with this 47% turnout, so what does that mean? Most of the Awami League voters have not come out to vote. That's point number 1. So if there's a vote between BNP and Jamaat and Hindus were threatened, were killed, were slaughtered, women were raped because you did not want them to come out and vote. You did not want them to come out and vote in a particular direction and a manner. So even if that Hindu vote splits or doesn't vote Uday, that 30-35 seats what I was talking about, even that dwindles down. That is, there's no influence then practically except those 5 or 6 seats in Chattogram area where you have the influence. So the main thing is that Hindus were killed. An exemplary example was set that if you don't walk our way, if you don't talk our way, we are going to slaughter you. Look, Jamaat has this complete madrasa nexus. They have this complete mosque nexus. They have this complete zakat nexus, which works from them. Rahman is a good guy, maybe a good guy, but he is not a ground level leader. He doesn't have the charisma what his mother used to have. If the election turnout would have been quite hefty, we would have hoped that the Hindu vote has gone in the right direction. That is possibly the better devil is BNP, or the Awami, this Sheikh Hasina's vote would have gone to BNP. It should not go to Jamaatis. But today we don't know. At this turnout, we don't know who is the winner. Possibly there can be a big surprise if Jamaatis are the winner. So that makes things very tough. If BNP is the winner, you can still talk to them, still do things with them. The first thing is that, you have economic leverage which you have to use. Bangladeshi military has been your leverage, use that. Or last option is the Bharati Sena. That is the last leverage.
Okay. Ambassador Sikri, all of this has happened, on the Yunus dispensation's watch. They have presided over this, done nothing, dismissed it as a law and order problem, not acknowledged the genocide, the targeted killings at an administrative level. Now from tomorrow or whenever the results come, it is going to be the new government in power. Will this continue? Will things change? Will finally protection be accorded to minorities in Bangladesh? These are all big questions facing the new government.
Well, I think there's still a long way off for that new government. I think with this kind of low voter, by the way, this figure of 14% was in the morning.
Yes.
But by the afternoon, and we know that voter turnout has been very low. I would put it at about somewhere between 25% overall. But the government of the day, the Yunus regime, is now describing it as 48% and may even go up even further. So they are grossly exaggerating the presence. And I think the hypocrisy of the Western countries in going along with whatever the Yunus government is doing is appalling, because in their own countries, can you imagine the Republican Party being banned in the USA or the Labour Party being banned in the UK? I mean, they wouldn't countenance it for a second. But in Bangladesh, they think, oh, that's fine. The same British High Commissioner who criticized Sheikh Hasina 2 years ago in 24, saying, how can you have an election without the BNP? Sheikh Hasina did not ban the BNP, they chose not to participate. But still, the criticism of the West was there. But today, when the Awami League has been banned, there's nothing for them to say. So, and look at the way that they are turning a blind eye at the killing of the Hindus, the genocide against the Hindus, the Buddhists, the Christians, the Sufis and the Ahmadiyyas. This is the complete blind eye. Otherwise, human rights is number one item for them. So, but today they are turning a blind eye and pretending it doesn't exist. Yunus says, oh, fake news from India. And otherwise he says, oh, 2,900? No. There are only 71 which are communal. As though, raping and killing and lynching a minority person is okay as long as it's non-communal. So, this is a kind of totally hypocritical situation that has been existing in Bangladesh. And I think today what has happened in the elections and Sheikh Hasina's message is very, very valid in that context, because she has not only called out the fact, she's pointed to the correct fact that A, the Awami Leaguers didn't go to vote, the women did not go to vote, and the minority community did not go to vote. Actually, the Jamaat-e-Islami was pressurizing all these three communities, and so was the BNP, actually pressurizing them, threatening them, saying, go out and vote, otherwise we'll see what we do to your family. But they have held their ground. They have not gone out to vote. And I think the message that Sheikh Hasina has given, that is what we should be thinking of now. Let us not just blindly accept that tomorrow there will be a government and you will accept the government with no voting support, with no popular support. How can you accept? So Sheikh Hasina actually in a message has said that the cancellation of the voter-less government should be there. We do not recognize the results of the voter-less government. And that, that if you must have fresh elections with a duly appointed caretaker government according to the constitution, because now the caretaker government system has been brought back into the constitution. So appoint a caretaker chief and in 90 days hold an election. And she has said that, of course, the revocation of the banning of the activities of the Awami League. So, these messages, they are very important. We have to think, we have to pause. We know what has happened in the last 18 months, that there's been relentless killing of the minorities. So can we just close our eyes and blindly say, okay, let's see who's come to power, let's see what we do with them? What do you think? That's not the way. It's not going to improve situation between India and Bangladesh. It's going to make it much worse. If the new government thinks that India is so helpless that no matter what kind of an election they dish out, with 14% support, voter participation, that we are going to blindly close our eye and say, hello, how do you do? Let's do something together. I don't think it's going to help at all, because we know that the Jamaat-e-Islami is being influenced totally by Pakistan. And Pakistan has sent its Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed leaders already there. Asim Munir has said the next attack is going to be from the east. Mohammed Yunus goes to China and talks to Chinese businessmen and says, the northeast of India belongs to us. We are the only ones who have access for northeast India to the sea. So come to Bangladesh, I will take you to northeast India. In the face of all these, we have to really sit back now and have a hard rethink. Because India does have a very big constituency in Bangladesh. That constituency consists of, let us say, at least the 35 to 40% Awami Leaguers. And beyond that, there are many more who actually may not like Sheikh Hasina or may not like the Awami League, but they value the message of the liberation war. That is democracy, secularism, yes, nationalism and social justice. So, these are the people, we can't forget this constituency. But we cannot at all forget the constituency.
But
and
what
if we
more?
Do, it will only be at our cost.
Yes. What more can India do? What more can India do to raise the minorities' plight in Bangladesh, Rashmi Samant? How much are we doing and what more can we do?
I definitely feel, Uday, that India's taken, I think when they gave refuge to Sheikh Hasina, they put out a strong message as to where they stand in the scene when it comes to Bangladesh. Our involvement, be it in the liberation war, be it post that, I think we've always been clear as to where we stand. I think now more than ever we need to put our foot down, and we need to be a very strong force out there in Bangladesh, and we need to work towards having better relations and better government seriously in Bangladesh, because it affects the sovereignty of this country as well. They are a neighboring country, and anything that happens there has a direct impact on India. During the liberation war, before the liberation war, all of the atrocities led to mass migration. It led to a huge refugee problem. The same will happen in the future if we do not intervene right now. So I think India really needs to intervene, and as I suggested earlier, I feel that India needs to up its game by sort of putting its foot down when it comes to economy, because Bangladesh is really dependent on India for its energy security, for trade, for all these other things, and these are commodities that only a neighbor can provide. For no matter what, it cannot import its sort of energy requirements from very far away. I feel like India as a neighbor, it has a larger advantage with respect to a financial leverage, and that is something it needs to use now, because I think we have too many wars out there, and with the kind of warfare that happens in today's day and age, every war is a war of attrition, and we don't want a war of attrition on our hands that just goes on forever. So I feel that we really need to use the financial progress of our country to bleed Bangladesh by 1,000 cuts and force it to go back to its democratic ethos horse, to have a government that's good for the people, that upholds human rights, upholds the human rights of minorities, and ensures that it truly
Yes.
lives up to being the only
Yes.
secular
Okay,
country.
that's of course India. Now, what about the Hindu diaspora across the world? It's spread out in many countries across the West. What can they do to petition their government, Sumit Peer? What can they do to raise this on social media? What can they do to ensure that no one looks away and everyone knows about what's happening in Bangladesh? How do we ensure all eyes maybe on Gaza earlier, but now need to be on Bangladesh?
Well, the unfortunate part is that Hindus are being killed and slaughtered, and unfortunately, we Hindus are not so much concerned about it. The government of India is not taking this issue on a war footing, though the Prime Minister has done, but it needs to be taken on a war footing. Are we taking the issue like what happened in Bondi Beach? Benjamin Netanyahu was involved the very next moment. You know what happened to the Jews there? The problem is that there's a problem with the government of India and collective Hindus as such, because we all have to come up and put that pressure of wherever we can, through social media, through LinkedIn's, through Facebooks, wherever we have to run those hashtags, we have to go to the media channels, and we have to make sure that this problem of ethnic cleansing of Hindus gets heard. And fortunately or unfortunately, Bharat has to take the lead in this. The government of India has to take the lead in this. I've been always saying that if you want to secure the Bangladesh and Siliguri corridor, think of a Hindulish, think of a buffer zone between India and Bangladesh, and that is your interest.
Which party is likely to protect minority rights more in Bangladesh? We have to look at the results now, Ambassador Sikri. Which party is more likely to do that?
Neither. Neither of them have done anything. The BNP, when it came to power in 2001, inflicted the worst killings and rapings on the Hindu community and minority community for a period of 3 months. They won the election and then they attacked the minority, saying, you didn't vote for us, so we're going to kill you. And of course, we know what happened in 1971, what the Pakistan government did. And now, for the last 18 months, Pakistan has revived its pre-1971 presence in Bangladesh, and they have taken the lead in perpetrating these absolutely horrendous, unbelievably barbaric attacks on the minority deliberately, because that happened in their country. They want Bangladesh to do the same. So we have to bring it to the notice of the international community.
And as you're saying, though, you're giving a very realistic perspective of the road ahead. It doesn't look very optimistic. However, we must continue to raise this issue and hope for the best. All right, let's leave it at that. My thanks to all of our guests for joining us on this discussion. We're now going to go across to my colleague Vineet Malhotra for the latest stories from Maharashtra.
Hello, my name is Vineet Malhotra and you're watching Next in Maharashtra, a special segment where we bring you the latest from India's financial capital. Here's what's making headlines in Maharashtra this week. Well, Maharashtra is set to host the prestigious International Health Conference Pulse 2026 at the Geo World Center in Mumbai as Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis pushes to position the state as a leader in healthcare and wellness tourism. Watch this special report.
In a major boost to push Maharashtra's healthcare and wellness tourism, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has announced the prestigious International Medical Conference Pulse to be organized in Maharashtra. The summit will be held on 27th-28th March 2026 at the Geo World Center in Mumbai. Over 2,900 medical experts, researchers and dignitaries from India and abroad will attend the two-day event. During a review meeting at Varsha, Chief Minister Fadnavis instructed that the conference be organized on a grand and impactful scale to position Maharashtra as a top global destination for wellness tourism. The Chief Minister called for attracting global health investors to drive innovation in affordable treatment, especially for serious diseases like cancer, and to bring more investment to the state's upcoming bulk drug park.
Meanwhile, the third edition of Advantage Vidarbha 2026 Khasdar Industrial Festival has kicked off in Nagpur, featuring an international trade conference with representatives from over 23 countries. Here's more.
In a major step to put Vidarbha firmly on India's industrial map, the third edition of Advantage Vidarbha 2026 Khasdar Industrial Festival was inaugurated as the Rashtriya Sant Tukdoji Maharaj Nagpur University campus in Nagpur. The grand opening was presided over by Union Minister Nitin Gadkari as chief patron, with Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis gracing the event as chief guest. The highlight of this edition is an international trade conference with ambassadors and trade representatives from over 23 countries. Technical sessions will cover key sectors like defense, food processing, dairy, fisheries, education, startups, logistics, tourism, coal, steel and pharmaceuticals. Spread over 3,250 lakh square feet, the festival features a main auditorium, 3 session halls, 2 exhibition halls, plus dedicated parking for VIPs, exhibitors and visitors. The event promises to unlock new investment, innovation and growth opportunities for Vidarbha, accelerating industrial and economic development in the region.
In other news, Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has announced a major infrastructure boost in Konkan, including new highways, 11 growth centres and leveraging the 720-kilometre coastline under the Global Village concept to promote tourism. Take a look.
Maharashtra's Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has unveiled a transformative roadmap for the Konkan region, declaring major highways, growth centres, tourism hubs and industrial projects as true game changers that will bring jobs, industry and prosperity directly to villages. He also reviewed key infrastructure like the Dhabol Creek bridges, village roads, water supply schemes and rural networks. 11 growth centres have also been planned along the sea routes and coastal roads and will act as new engines for the region's economy, generating lakhs of jobs and reducing migration from villages. Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde announced that the entire 720-kilometre Konkan's coastline will be leveraged under the Global Village concept for tourism. Beach connectivity, tourism hubs, resorts, water sports and promotion of local handicrafts will position Konkan firmly on the international tourism map.
Meanwhile, Deputy Chief Minister Sunetra Pawar has been appointed as the Guardian Minister for Pune and the Beed districts, where she will oversee and accelerate development and welfare initiatives. Here's the full story.
Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Sunetra Pawar has been appointed as the Guardian Minister for Pune and Beed districts. The decision was officially announced by the state government, marking her expanded role in key administrative oversight. As the Guardian Minister, Sunetra Pawar will coordinate and monitor major development projects, government schemes and implementation of policies in both Pune and Beed. This assignment places her at the forefront of driving progress in 2 vital regions of the state. The move strengthens administrative focus on Pune, Maharashtra's cultural and industrial hub, and Beed, a key district in Marathwada, ensuring faster execution of infrastructure, agriculture, education and welfare initiatives. With her new responsibilities, Deputy CM Sunetra Pawar is set to play a pivotal role in accelerating growth, employment opportunities and quality of life improvements across Pune and Beed districts.
Finally, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis laid the foundation stone for the expansion of Ozar Airport in Nashik, aimed at boosting connectivity, exports and employment ahead of the Simhasta Kumbh Mela 2027. Here's a report.
In a major step to enhance connectivity and regional development, Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis performed the groundbreaking ceremony for the expansion of Ozar Airport in Nashik on February 8, 2026. The state government has allocated Rs 640 crore for the project. The expansion is timely ahead of the Simhasta Kumbh Mela 2027, when Nashik expects an 8 to 10-fold surge in devotees. It will also support growing industrial activity, including HAL's large-scale production at Ozar, attracting ancillary industries and generating employment. Chief Minister Fadnavis emphasized that with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership opening EU and US markets for Nasik's fruits and produce, the airport expansion will drive significant export growth, create jobs and position Nasik as a key driver of Maharashtra's economic progress.
Well, these are this week's updates from Maharashtra. You're watching our special segment, Next in Maharashtra. Stay tuned for more news.
लाल रंग इसका अपार, तीखा कम है फिर भी स्वाद, बेमिसाल बेमिसाल MDH कश्मीरी,
MDH कश्मीरी।
MDH
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
जो भी पके
ऐसा पके,
जहाँ भी हो जो
खींचा चलाए,
पिसी बिल हो या पुलियो गिरे, वांगी भात हो या पोड़ी मसाला, रस पाउडर या सांभर मसाला, असली मसाले सच सच MDH MDH।
MDH कसूरी मेथी लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है,
स्वाद और सुगंध इसकी
लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है।
अगर MDH कसूरी मेथी नहीं डाला
तो खाली हाथ मलते रह जाओगे।
एक एक पत्ता हाथ से चुना, स्वाद और सुगंध जगाए कई गुना।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर। MDH गरम मसाला, असली मसालों से भरा हूँ मैं,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH
Welcome back. You're watching Newsx. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. In a massive boost for India's air defense capabilities, the Defense Acquisition Council, chaired by Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, has given the nod to procure 114 additional Dassault Rafale fighter jets for the Indian Air Force. This is being hailed as India's biggest ever defense deal, valued at approximately 3.25 lakh crore rupees. The first aircraft are projected to be ready and delivered starting around 2030, with full induction potentially stretching into the mid-2030s, depending on negotiations, technology transfer and production ramp-up. This clearance comes amidst Indian Air Force's squadron shortfall and rising regional threats, aiming to enhance air superiority, long-range strike capability and deterrence. It follows high-level talks and is timed ahead of the French President Emmanuel Macron's visit to India. The proposal now moves towards final negotiations, Cabinet Committee on Security approval and contract signing, potentially by late 2026 or early 2027. Joining us live at this point is Major General Sanjay Soy, defense expert. We also have Group Captain UK Devnath, former Indian Air Force officer, live with us. Group Captain VN Jha, former Joint Director of DRDO, is also joining the broadcast. Group Captain MJ Augustine Vinod, former Indian Air Force officer, is with us live as well. Welcome and thank you all for being with us today on Newsx. Let me make a start with you first, Major General Soy. What do you make of this defense deal, the highest of its kind, and the timing of it?
In fact, I would say that this is the need of the hour, actually. The way our Air Force squadrons numbers were going down, and we are down to 29 out of 42. And again, the Jaguar and Mirage were getting older. And with the threat from Pakistan and China on both the fronts, and the Bangladesh is also not so friendly now. Under these circumstances, I think this is, I would say it is a bit late. It should have been done much earlier. And with this kind of this detail, I see few things. Number one, it is a tested weapon system. We had signed the deal in 2015 after carrying out thorough trials, whether it is in -50 or +50 in the altitude or deserts or jungles, all kinds of terrains. Second thing is this has proven its worth in Operation Sindoor and the way we could carry out our operations. And thirdly, since we are going in for similar type of system for Navy, and we already procured 36 Rafales, and we have already ordered 26 Rafales marine version, and now 114 Rafales. So it will make a ecosystem much better, whether it is a training, whether it is operation, whether it is aircraft, whether it is a simulator, or whether it is a maintenance or parts. Anything and everything will be much easier, unlike what we had different types of aircrafts earlier. So definitely this makes it very, very versatile. At times, question is asked, why go in for 4.5 version instead of fifth generation? I would say that since this has gone through thorough trials, we are used to it, and the out of 114, I think 90 are going to be made in India. That is another advantage, and the saffron engine, which are going to be part of it. Tata is also planning to make those engines in India. That makes it another feather in the cap because if things are made in India, definitely it has a totally different connotation. And probably in the long run, the way French Rafael has got the orders, I think India may emerge as a manufacturing hub for some parts, and it will definitely add since it will be made in India in the for the MSME sector, for the defense sector, and for the ancillary in India. So I think this is the right time, and this was the need of the hour to sign this deal, Uday Pratap.
Let me take that to you, Group Captain Devnath, because the fact, of course, is, Group Captain Devnath, that it comes a few months after Operation Sindoor. That Operation Sindoor, in fact, in which the Rafales played a very, very crucial role, that has been acknowledged by senior officers of the Indian Air Force, which is why this particular aircraft is going to be an asset for us. And in the number that it's coming, obviously, is the need of the hour, isn't it, Group Captain Devnath?
Uday, definitely Indian Air Force needs a good fighter aircraft, 4.5 generation plus. As we all know, Operation Sindoor only confirmed that Rafale remains a good weapon platform under combat conditions. Indian Air Force had fixed up its, focused its mind on Rafale many years ago. And if there was one aircraft which all Air Force pilots want in our Air Force for coming 3 decades, it will be Rafale. Uday, what has to be understood that all Air Forces cannot have only 5th generation stealth fighter aircraft. Stealth fighter aircraft, 5th generation stealth fighter aircraft are only part of the team. In any cricket team, we can't have only bowlers. Or in any, say, football team, we cannot have only forward players with no backers. There has to be a goalkeeper also. So, 5th generation stealth fighter aircraft will never form 100% or 80% inventory of any Air Force. 5th generation fighter aircraft, like even say F-35, they will make up only 1/3 or 1/4 of inventory of best of the Air Forces in world. Requirement of Indian Air Force was a little peculiar because we have to deal with Pakistan, we have to deal with China, where numbers count. And as rightly brought out earlier, our numbers are dwindling very fast. We need 42 squadrons, we have 29 squadrons. Very soon, 12 squadrons of Jaguar, MiG-29 and Mirage 2000 are being wound up. So, if nothing comes quickly, then we'll be left only with 17 fighter squadrons. Very, very precarious situation. Tejas Mark 1A is ready, but HAL has been promising for last 2 years, last 1 year that they will deliver the first Tejas Mark 1A. Entire thing has got mixed up with supply of GE 404 engine from USA. And my estimation is, having spoken to friends at DRDO, that Tejas engine supply, that is GE 404 engine, or in future GE 414 engine supply, will always remain precarious and unpredictable. We don't know what to do after that. Tejas Mark II is just engineering prototype model is there. AMCA is only on drawing board. So this 114 Rafale will add to the backbone of Indian Air Force. Of course, as a backup, 100 Sukhoi 30s are being modified at a huge cost to Super Sukhoi status. But we definitely need a Rafale quickly. First aircraft will come when? We have to be very, very careful. Today what has been given is only AON, acceptance of necessity. It just is a one-liner, says, हाँ 114 fighter जहाज ले लो. Nothing more than this. Signing a contract in which transfer of technology is also involved takes anywhere between 1 to 3 years minimum. So probably contract will be signed only by 2000, say 27, 2028 at an optimistic time frame. Yes, Uday?
Yes, Group Captain Jha, also, the fact is that, this comes ahead of the French president's upcoming visit to India for the India AI Impact Summit. It also comes at a time when India-France relations have been going to new levels under Prime Minister Modi and President Macron. How crucial is the timing of this clearance by the acquisition as well, given the French president's visit?
Well, it is always welcome to start something. And this starting process should have happened, as previous speakers also mentioned, long back. Actually, in 2015, when we had signed the deal for the Rafale 2 squadrons, we were wondering why only 2 squadrons? Because once you have a fleet, you must have sufficient numbers. Now 2 squadrons into the Air Force and a squadron and a half, or say for the naval version. So when we have such aircraft, when we had signed the deal for the naval version of the aircraft, possibly that was the time when we should have also signed for this 112 aircraft, because when you have such aircraft, it becomes so much easier to maintain a similar aircraft. Rafale, whether it is naval version or the Air Force version, by and large, it is the same thing what we are having. So many of the systems, subsystems, engine, their spares, it remains the same. So when you maintain the inventory, when you go down onto the number of the serviceable aircraft, then it becomes so handy when you have the spares of the similar aircraft or the same aircraft at many stations. So it should have been signed at that time, but it is never too late to start with. So now it has started. Of course, it will take a process. But remember, the version that we are going to purchase right now is by and large the same version what we have purchased in what we had signed in 2015, 2016. So not much of exercise, but yes, there will be negotiation process, negotiation on price, negotiation onto the various aspects of how TOT and how many percentage of the components are going to be manufactured in India. Luckily, what Indian Air Force already has, there are indigenous vendors who are producing some of the components. So all these have to be boosted. And being in the R&D, I have also worked in the Tejas. When we were talking of this, I was in the, of course, life support systems and the environmental control. So it becomes so easier if you already have a frozen design. Then making the aircraft, whether it is the airframe part or any other part, avionics part, so it becomes that easier. But I must not take away that when we are talking of Operation Sindoor and this deal acceptance of AON having been there, it doesn't serve the true purpose. It's entirely two different things. Operation is going on. The first aircraft that may come, Rafale, of the new deal could be about 5 years, 6 years, somewhere around that line. Because these price negotiations, the TOT, how much a percentage there, and then there has to be some half of the amount of the money, and some other means have to be there. France has to set up some company here to produce in that. So all those processes are involved. So it will take time, but it is never too late to start with. Secondly, when government had delayed the signing of this process for one reason, that government had a good relation with the US, and they thought that possibly 404 engine coming to the nation should not be too much of a deal. As on today, the production capability of Tejas is almost about 16 to 18 aircraft per year. If the engine was there, this should have gone for last 2 years, and we would have had another at least 2.5, 3 squadrons. And with that rate of production going on, we should not have been in such a precarious position. But we know US is unreliable partner. We are not sure whether 404 engine, as it has been already agreement has been signed, it will be coming in time. So we don't know. We don't know whether 414 engine, for which talks are going on, some agreement have already been signed, will come at all or not. Whether it will see the light of the day, I'm not sure. So there was a need for France to be involved for two reasons. One, that saffron, earlier when PM Modi had visited last year, he had visited a saffron factory, and I believe subsequent delegations which had gone there, they have already talked about the necessity of producing engine, which could be a basic platform for subsequent types of aircraft for Atmanirbhar Bharat. That involves Tejas Mark 1, Tejas Mark 2, AMCA, and maybe any other aircraft that may come in the future. Because once you know, once you are skilled and once you have core competence in that engine building up, then you can produce anything. That is the most unfortunate part. I was in the DRDO. I also feel sorry for GTRE failing in that particular engine. So by and large, I must say one thing, that this decision taken is too late, but then it is never too late to start with. I'm sure this will boost up the Indian Air Force strength.
Absolutely.
Strength of the nation.
Absolutely. And also, Group Captain Vinod, the fact that, there is a definite timeline within which these aircrafts are going to come. Some of them, of course, are going to be ready to fly aircrafts, but also the fact that a bulk of them is going to be manufactured in India. What will that really mean for our Atmanirbhar mission and our, intrinsic domestic indigenous manufacturing capability?
Madhav, quickly, couple of things. Let's, put some records straight. 18 jets are going to be in a flyaway condition, which means it will, immediately form at least one squadron of Rafale in India. We have, I think it is 32 or 36 with Indian Air Force and another 26 with the Navy, which is that Rafale M version. And 50 to 60% of the rest of the Rafale of 114 is going to have indigenous content. And 50 to 60% earlier, I remember during Jaguar times, it was by weight of volume. Today, it is going to be by the value, about 50 to 60% of the value, and that 60% of 3.25 lakh crores are going to be spent in India, which will involve a lot of transfer of technology. Now, while we are talking about transfer of technology, it is very important for our viewers to know what this Rafale is all about. I flew the Mirage 2000, the legacy version, and also saw the Mirage 2000 upgrade, which is the current Mirage 2000, upgrade into much different and a much better fighter. For easy explanation, let's assume an aeroplane's shell to be a shopping bag. What you put inside that shopping bag makes the value of that bag. If you don't put anything, or if you put only worth of 100 rupees stuff in the shopping bag, it's worth only 100 rupees. If you put 1,000 rupees, it's worth 1,000 rupees. Now, what is that 1,000 rupees needs to be seen. The Rafale, like Devnath sir mentioned, is a 4.5 generation fighter, and it is an omni-role fighter. Now, omni-role is a word it's being bandied about by all and sundry. We need to understand what omni-role is. It has air superiority capability. That means it can sanitize a particular area. It has ground attack capability. It can bomb the hell out of you using scalp, using hammer. It has reconnaissance capability using the EW Paul called the Spectra. Spectra can confuse the enemy. Spectra can take out information of the enemy. It also has the nuclear deterrence capability like the Mirage 2000. The M version will have anti-ship strike. It can reconfigure. You can configure your own weapons onto it, like you were doing into Su-30s, because unlike the original, the legacy Mirage 2000, this has the MIL 1553, the standard MIL 1553 bus. People who are talking about source code mil gaya and falana dimkana, that is not true. Standard MIL 1553 bus is a standard protocol. It's like TCP IP protocol.
Yes.
M88 engine, super cruise capability. These are the things that are going to come into India, which is going to bolster our AMCA capability, because AMCA and this are not apples to apples comparison, because AMCA is going to be 5th plus generation fighter. And a quick word about the stealth capability. When you say stealth, actually stealth is loosely used word. It is something called low observability.
Okay.
F-35 is 0.01.
But what are the kind of timelines? Because it's very crucial, that the shortfall needs to be filled as soon as possible, Major General Soy. So it's been cleared by the Defence Acquisition Council. What happens next now? How soon are the final modalities, the agreements signed and ready to be actioned? How soon before we begin seeing these aircrafts inducted into the fleet?
Uday, I would say that even if it is signed tomorrow, right, then also it will take minimum 3 to 4 years for first aircraft to come. It is not easy. It is not off the right. Even if they say okay in a flyaway condition, then also it will take 3 to 4 years. Like earlier, which we have signed for Navy, I think that is coming not before 2029. So that is a kind of timeline. Weapon making, aircraft making is a very, very complex procedure. And like if you see this, GE said we can supply only 2 engines in a month. So they have a limitation. And again, they need to expand. And they've got a huge order book after India has signed the first deal. So that's why probably I mentioned earlier that we are already late. Fortunately, at least now we have signed, and a lot of homework has been done. A lot of trials have already been done, and I would say that this has been tested in Operation Sindhu. So that kind of thing will not be done. It is only the paperwork and negotiations. So, and since again a lot of things would have already undergone, having signed 2 agreements for the Navy and earlier in 2015, it could be fast tracked in the interest of national interest. However, still France will take time, Rafale will take time to make it physically and for physical delivery. Uday.
All right, let me take that to you then as well, Group Captain Devnath, because obviously now as far as the domestic manufacturing capability is also concerned, they also need a boost. Will they get that thanks to this Rafale manufacturing program?
Uday, definitely domestic manufacturing will get a boost. Huge amount of investment is needed. Domestic investors have to come up front. Government of India has to pull in its resources, and probably we'll need some foreign finance collaboration also. I foresee a requirement of about 8,000 to 12,000 crore rupees worth of infrastructure to be set up in Nagpur and Hyderabad. Tools, testers, calibration labs, workshops, ground support equipment, manpower has to be trained. What has to be seen that we can't just pull out trained manpower from existing MiG-21 or Sukhoi 30 lines in HAL Nasik or in HAL Bangalore. This entire manpower, whether he is a workman on the shop floor operating a lathe machine, or a highly qualified engineer who is BTech, MTech, a super returned from France and USA, every brick by brick, the HR aspects are going to be hugely complicated. Uday, it is not easy to get people of the caliber who can just walk into the shoe of a GM or engineering perspective shoes of a CEO of an aeronautical complex. HAL could do it because they had an history of priorly trained, previously available manpower resource. Now, in this case, HAL probably will not part with anyone. Another thing is that the technology which is being worked, which is required for this aircraft is entirely different from the Russian philosophy of MiG-21, MiG-23, MiG-29 or Sukhoi 30. These people who are coming are practically novice. So we have to hire large number of expertise from other countries, maybe from France. Initially, we need about 40 to 150 engineers who just fly in from France, from Dassault itself, from Safran itself. Yes, Uday?
Yes, indeed. Group Captain Vinod, what makes the Rafale different from other aircrafts, and why have we decided now to up the number of them in our fleet? Is it because of what we saw in Operation Sindoor, or is there more to it?
A couple of things we need to understand, Uday, very, very clearly. First and foremost is we do not have a reliable aircraft as good as the Rafale available in the market, which we can, induct into Indian Air Force. During the selection process, we shortlisted a couple of aeroplanes, and in my base, we were testing out, Eurojet fighter. It didn't. I mean, I flew against it, flew in it. It didn't match up with Rafale. So we shortlisted Rafale after going through, like Dr. Devnath said, going through a long drawn process, firstly. Secondly, what comes with it is very important. And one of the speaker mentioned about it also. Making an engine which can fill or which can fit the form factor of GE 404 and 414 for our further program of the Tejas Mark II as well as AMCA. That is very important for us as far as Atmanirbhar Bharat is concerned, because that engine is going to be made here. The Safran is putting up the factory here along with Indian partners. So that then we won't be held to ransom the way we are held to ransom right now for GE engines. That in itself is a very big deal for us, because that will, propel our, Atmanirbharta over a decade down the road. Probably we all will be very old and dead and gone, but you will be, in your ripe age and looking at that happening in front of you, when we will be probably selling aeroplanes to other countries like Rafale is being sold to us. For that, the stepping stone is this particular DAC AON. I'm telling you this, and mark my words. This is going to be a very big deal for us. The underlying things that is coming with this Rafale. Another thing that is coming with this Rafale is wonderful electronic warfare capability, which we will take at least half a decade to reach where we have to reach. So these are two
All
things.
Right. I'm out of time, I'm afraid. Group Captain Jha, 30 seconds to last word.
Just last word. One thing we must make clear for all your people who are listening to us. There are two different things. One is the investment, what France is going to make it here, and in the production of the TOT. One thing is the aircraft equipment or aircraft systems being produced here under TOT. Another thing is the offset clause. Now, if the entire value is 2 lakh crore rupees or something like that plus, so 1 lakh crore plus has to be the offset value of something being produced here. That could be aircraft components, aircraft parts, as well as anything else. So that offset leaving apart, the TOT component of the aircraft which is going to be produced here is going to be crucial. On that, negotiation will take time, and it must be very, exploring negotiation that is going to be there. And last but not the least, this aircraft is always welcome, because we were thinking that we must have at least 6 to 7 squadrons of this aircraft, even in 2015 that we are talking of. So welcome. This is a good step.
Absolutely. Well, let's leave it at that. My thanks to our guests for joining us on the broadcast. We've run out of time. Let's slip into a short break.
काशी के घाट के अद्भुत है ठाट, जब मुंह में घुलती है मलाइयों की मिठास। लखनऊ की चाट के चटकारे कर देते वारे न्यारे। यूपी के हर जनपद के व्यंजन में है अनूठी संतुष्टि, जो समेटे हुए है संस्कृति। एक जनपद एक उत्पाद। ओडीओपी ने उत्तर प्रदेश के उत्पादों को पूरे विश्व में सम्मानजनक मंच दिया है। प्रदेश सरकार की इसी भविष्योन्मुखी सोच से अब स्वाद के क्षेत्र में नया विस्तार मिल रहा है। एक जनपद एक व्यंजन ओडीओसी, एक जनपद एक व्यंजन का शुभारंभ सिर्फ एक कार्यक्रम भर नहीं, अपितु एक नए युग का प्रारंभ है। व्यंजनेषु वसति संस्कृति, सोच है, स्वाभिमान है, संस्कार है, यही तो डबल इंजन सरकार है।
Hello and welcome to the Newsx Sunday Guardian Roundtable.
Well, this is our second roundtable with the psephologists. We are going to keep a track on the coming state elections. 5 states, 4 states and 1 union territory is going to poll soon in April and May. And these are going to be very crucial, in fact, because in most of these states, the opposition is in power. And the BJP is trying to make an inroad in, at least in the southern states, that is Kerala, Tamil Nadu. BJP is in power in Assam. Mamata Banerjee holds strong in West Bengal. And there is, of course, Puducherry also that is going to polls. Can the opposition hold on to its turf? Can the Congress live up to some kind of its heft and make a dent and at least get Kerala, if not Assam, from the BJP? That is something we're going to be discussing on the show today. Joining me on the panel is, I have with me Professor Sanjay Kumar. He is a political analyst and a psephologist. I have Yashwant Deshmukh. He is a director and the founding editor at Seawater and a political analyst also. Amitabh Tiwari, political strategist and psephologist. He is the founding partner at the Ascendia, and he is a vote vibe tracker. Is I think on his round 2 of the states taking a look. But Yashwantji, since we last spoke, I think even you have your survey is also coming out. It's already come out in some of the states. So can you begin with yours and then we'll go on to the next?
Yeah, of course, Priya, and actually I'm happy that Sanjay Bhai is also here because we end up learning a lot from him whenever he speaks. So it's good to have him here. Last time when we spoke, we were talking about the MOTN and the larger picture and as well as the poll-bound states. And today I've just finished my column. I was giving finishing touches when when came into the program. And I was writing on something which is like Southern comfort for the Congress or Southern comfort for the opposition. Yeah, I mean, it's because one way of looking at it, what BJP can do, and another way of looking at it also, Priya, that what Congress can actually manage and can do, and all of a sudden I realized that they're out of the 6 states, one micro state, including Pondicherry, that's it, 6. I all of a sudden realized that Congress is already ruling in 3, that is Karnataka, Telangana, and Tamil Nadu with DMK. And if they manage to retain Tamil Nadu and they manage to win Kerala and Puducherry, then the Congress or the India Alliance would be kind of ruling 5 out of 6 in South. And that would be a massive narrative twist if I can see the way the newspapers and the news channels are going to roll in, So yeah, I mean that was all of a sudden a different way of looking at the things. And then I discussed with my senior colleague Sutanu sir, and then we were writing about it. And then he said that, what? Yes, that is a fact. But the fact is also that out of the 5 out of 6 will start gaining huge anti-incumbency by the time the next Lok Sabha elections are happening. And before the next Lok Sabha election, we are going to face the assembly elections of Telangana and Karnataka, which are likely to be flipped. So whatever the narrative is there is almost an equally strong chance of that narrative being very short-lived if one will look at it in a real political way. And I realized how dynamic the situation is, Priya. And yes, that's a fact that at this point of time, the BJP's, as per in the MOTN, BJP's vote share graph is growing. That is fine. But I don't see them winning at this point of time in any of the southern state in these rounds. I mean, at this point of time. Kerala, they might increase the vote share, but I guess that their target would be to cross the psychological 20% mark in assembly election, which they have crossed in Lok Sabha, but not in assembly election. It drops by 10% as soon as the assembly elections come in. They stand a good chance in Tamil Nadu, I would say. But with the vertical split of the opposition vote, Amitabh has worked on the Tamil Nadu tracker. I was going through his numbers. His gap in the assembly election is quite less. Vis-a-vis my gap in the Lok Sabha election projection, which I did for the MOTN. And that is something which is understandable because Tamil Nadu ek uladvasi hai. It's a different kind of thing where, as we have discussed, Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Punjab happen to be 3 states where there is a significant anti-Modi, anti-BJP base. And these 3 states, Rahul Gandhi's ratings have always in 11 years above Mr. Narendra Modi's ratings. That's the 3 exceptional states. So their Lok Sabha numbers are likely to be better than assembly numbers as far as the opposition is. It's a inverted pyramid as far as the Narendra Modi dividend for the BJP is concerned. It's the other way around. They are likely to do it better in the Lok Sabha than in the. So I agree with Amitabh's assessment that 10% plus gap at the Lok Sabha level might be reduced to less than 5% if the assembly election trends are to be analyzed. So Tamil Nadu is way more closer than what people might be realizing. They are just lucky that Vijay is causing a vertical split and opposition is fragmented. So all in all, yes, there are two different narratives which we are likely to see, Priya. 5-1 narrative is going to be a really great one to analyze and to look around. But at the same time, it's one of those things कि अभी तो गुलाब जामुन खाया HB1AC जो है बाद में कितना आएगा वो बाद में ही पता लगेगा ग्लूकोज लेवल बढ़ने पे. So that is something with the anti-incumbency which will start creeping in after this if they win all these states. So 29 would be a different animal altogether.
Fair enough. Amitabh, we didn't have Sanjay ji last time, so just for his benefit and also for our viewers again, if you can just give us a snapshot of your findings and then I'll ask him to comment and then we'll go into the specifics. Especially this time, I think we should focus more on Assam and West Bengal. But if you can just give us the overall findings first.
Yeah, essentially, if we look at the overall findings in Assam, we see a very high satisfaction level with the government, which is Himanta Biswa Sarma government. On account of the development projects and infrastructure creation over the past 5 years, and also the delimitation has reduced the Muslim community influence seats by anywhere between 10 to 15. So that gives a buffer to the BJP because there is a 10-year government, and if there is anti-incumbency against the local MLAs, you have a 10 to 15 seat buffer, which earlier used to send Muslim community MLAs. But now the Muslim representation in the assembly is likely to reduce. Hence, it gives a certain benefit to the BJP there. Gaurav Gogoi also has dual responsibilities, Deputy Leader Lok Sabha, on whom Rahul Gandhi banks a lot for giving or making the point of the Congress party. So his duties are also in a way distributed, and that's why he's not able to focus on the campaign there. If you see West Bengal again, the discontent level is higher or the anti-incumbency is high. However, because Mamata is very popular, especially amongst the women, and the fact that the BJP still people feel is not able to understand the history, language, culture, context of the state, and also suffers from factionalism. Now there is a TMC BJP led by Suvendu and a BJP sort of led by Dilip Ghosh, Samik Bhattacharya, Sukanta Majumdar, etc. So there is strong factionalism also there. Conversely to Assam, the demographics favor Mamata Banerjee in Bengal because there are 112 seats where the Muslim population is more than 25%, of which the TMC won 106. So it needs only 45 seats perhaps from the Hindu community influence seats to win. So as of now, she looks in a comfortable position. However, there are a very high number of undecided voters, around 17-18%, which could tilt the balance. In Kerala, because there is a strong trend and LDF had broken that trend in 2021, there is a huge amount of anti-incumbency. Satisfaction levels are poor. The urban local body elections also saw UDF winning the election. So all looks set for a Congress kind of a victory. However, internal factionalism, 42% respondents say that Congress could lose because of internal factionalism. That's 42%. That's why we saw Rahul Gandhi sort of, or the high command placating Shashi Tharoor, comes from Nair community, an influential community, 12 to 15% vote share or vote base in Kerala, and also popular amongst the middle class. There, one interesting fact is that, and we could discuss this later, as to how BJP's expansion in vote share impacts other parties. Because conceptually, as Yashwanji mentioned last time, CPM is the Hindu party of Kerala. That's why we see a lot of violence between CPM and RSS cadre. However, so conceptually, the growth of BJP should come at the cost of LDF. But
Right.
if you see the vote share, BJP has grown from 6% in 2006, I think, to 15% in 2016 and 12% in 2021. All that vote share has come at the expense of Congress. Because what it has done is it has pulled the small amount of Nair and Ezava support which Congress was getting from the Hindu communities, because it is branded as a minority party. So BJP is gaining at the cost, actually, in terms of vote share, of the Congress party there, damaging the Congress. And also, that was one of the reasons why the LDF was able to retain, because BJP damaged, actually, Congress pulled the Hindu votes. And because of the growth of BJP, minorities, both Muslims and Christians, for the first time, the LDF secured actually almost equal or higher support than the Congress, because the minorities then gravitated towards left, seeing that perhaps it is in a better position to stop the BJP march.
BJP.
Tamil Nadu also is a, I mean, every 5 year the government changes there, so there is huge amount of anti-incumbency. 44% people say that it is very likely that the trend will continue, but now you have two claimants, AIADMK-led alliance and a Vijay-led alliance. Vijay, like PK, of course, we cannot compare because he is much more popular. He is getting the CM approval ratings of 23%, even vote share of 19%. But we don't know whether he will be able to hold on to that popularity or hold on to that vote share, because when people go out to vote, we've seen that elections are becoming largely bipolar and the third party is getting squeezed out. So we'll have to see how his popularity he's able to convert it into votes.
Okay, so that's Sanjay ji, just a quick listing of all the states. If you can comment on that, and one point I really want to ask you is, we've seen Hemanta Biswa Sarma. He said that his infrastructure and his development works are holding him instead. Yet we are seeing all this, a lot of polarizing conversation also happening from there in Assam, and that usually happens when they're not sure of their base. So how do you make up for this dichotomy?
First, I don't have the kind of advantage Yashwant ji and Amitabh ji has, because we have not done any polls. Both of them are doing polls, so they have the advantage of having the data. But the question which you have asked, Priya, it's not that you can do this or that. If a party wants to ensure that they want to register a big victory, even if a political party has been able to invest in infrastructural development, welfare policies, when the party is in power, nobody prevents that party from doing X plus. What you mentioned, that Hemanta Biswa Sarma is saying people are happy about, the infrastructural development, and Amitabh ji's data also indicates that there is a huge or a great degree of approval for the work done by Hemanta Biswa Sarma in Assam. But they don't want to leave any chance. And that has happened in many other states where BJP has been the ruling party. I think few years ago, maybe 5-7 years ago, many analysts used to make a mistake by looking at these things and saying, oh, looks like BJP is unsure, and why this would have been happening, why BJP is doing this, because they are not sure of whether they are getting the popular support or not, and that's why they are just trying to play these games. I think it is important, at least I have learned a lot, that we have to move ahead of that narrative, that if Prime Minister is spending a lot of time in one state, maybe BJP thinks that BJP is on a slippery wicket. That's not happening, because BJP is a party which doesn't want to leave any chance. So even if people are happy, again, I would say Amitabh ji's data indicates that general dissatisfaction level is higher compared to if you find it in other state. But BJP doesn't want to simply win. They want to register big victory. And you can see that's happening. Whether we are talking about Bihar, whether we are talking about Delhi, Haryana, states where it seemed that they may be losing, they have registered victories. States where they still seemed strong, they have registered massive victories. That's the strategy I think BJP is adopting.
Fair enough. And your reaction to the other data, where it seems, at least in West Bengal and Assam, they're holding forth. There is a pro-incumbency. DMK, he's saying his numbers show that Stalin is still the most popular, but because the state also votes against, anti-incumbency, and plus he's talked about two challengers. So your reaction to Tamil Nadu really is what I'm interested in.
See, I think whatever I get the reports from the ground, that DMK still is holding on strong. How strong? I can't say that they are extremely strong as maybe Hemanta Biswa Sarma seems to be holding on in Assam. But the signs of anti-incumbency is not as strong, to be sure, at this moment, that the government may lose election. It is heading for an interesting election. But Tamil Nadu, if you look at all the past elections, initially we keep talking about interesting election. There seems to be a fight. But mostly Tamil Nadu election, mostly it becomes one-sided. And the party or the alliance which wins election ends up winning in a big way. And that's also the trend if you look at all the elections, generally elections in the past, the recent assembly election. So my own sense is that we will keep talking about, and the data is also there, that looks like a slightly tight elections between AIDMK plus and DMK plus. But at this moment, I think, going by the data, but data, if you collect data at this moment, most of the ruling government, there will be, unless until it's hugely unpopular, the wind would seem to be blowing in favor of the ruling party, because there is, at this time, people don't express huge dissatisfaction with the government unless until really the government has performed badly. So in most of the state, wherever you do the survey at this moment, and it's still 2.5 months to go for elections. So indeed, in Tamil Nadu, there will be some positive signs for DMK. Even in Kerala, I believe.
Yeah.
So that's the situation in Tamil Nadu.
Sorry, Kerala, you said positive signs.
No, I'm saying even in a state like Kerala, where left would be in power for 10 years by the time like the election take place, and Kerala has been a state where the government has changed every 5 years except the last election. But at this moment, I suspect that there would be signs of huge anti-incumbency against the LDF government. If you do a survey at this moment, I don't think there would be huge sign of anti-incumbency. But as soon as the voting day comes, I think people's opinions start changing very fast.
Okay, I'm going to take a quick break and come back and keep this conversation going. So stay with us.
MDH कसूरी मेथी लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है। स्वाद और सुगंध इसकी लाजवाब